welcome back to another stream. Today, we are going to be starting with some art. Just doing some random art. Probably do that for about an hour, hour and a half. Depends on how long I feel. And then, afterwards, we are going to start Hakuoki Edo Blossoms and continue with Hesuke's route. I have never actually played Edo Blossoms. I've owned it for years, but never actually got to playing it. But first, we are just going to start out with some nice light art while listening to some music. And yeah, that's basically it. I hope everyone's doing well today. And we're just going to go ahead and start. Now, the way it kind of works with my art streams, if there is anything that you are curious for me to draw or just any expressions or anything, feel free to suggest them. I will let you know if I will draw them or not. I do tend to try to be flexible when it comes to what to draw, because I am trying to just explore things more and being a little more out there with it. Try not to restrict too much to my comfort zone, is probably what I'm trying to say. So feel free to suggest anything if you'd like. But I am just going to go ahead and start. Whatever. Don't you let go. Take a look around. You are not alone. If you'd only stop and close your eyes, find the answers. When you feel like the world is falling in and you can't seem to find the way back in, don't cry. Just hear these words and remember again. Don't you let go. Take another breath when you're lost again. If you'd only break the walls and then find the courage. When you feel like the world is falling in and you can't seem to find the way back in, don't cry. Just hear these words and remember again. Try to reach out to the light through the glass as it shatters. Don't you let go. Take a look around. You are not alone. If you'd only stop and close your eyes, find the answers. When you feel like the world is falling in and you can't seem to find the way back in, don't cry. Just hear these words. I see Buffy just sleeping right next to me. Take another breath when you're lost again. If you'd only break the walls and then find the courage. When you feel like the world is falling in and you can't seem to find the way back in, don't cry. Just hear these words and remember again.
secondary hair in a different color. Tends to blend too much if I don't use a different color. Use blue to do a different color blue, or a different layer, different color, which I have chosen to be blue. I scratched myself on something, apparently. Interesting. Let's see. Let's go with some red. Yeah, something kind of similar to that one. That's a better one. Kind of like a vest in a way. Yeah. Crinkle that side like I wanted it to, but not the other side. Well, if I actually put where her hips would be. That's really wide for her hips in that regard. Oopsies. Hello, Laura. How are you today? That's good. I'm glad you are doing well. My OC, Aislinn. Pretty sure. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. No, I'm not pronouncing it right, but. Really? I have it turned down so far. I have the music turned down very far. I hope that's better. Because we all know I'm going to have to turn it back up for for Hakuoki. Okay, where isn't... I want that over there. I want it over here. Holy crap! I have not. I turned down the volumes on the so loud for the. Turn it down very quietly for the music. Jesus. Whatever. Ugh. I can never win, man. I can never win when it comes to this stuff. Whatever, it's fine now. I'm not gonna worry about it anymore. Anything you'd like me to draw? You can say no. I'm not gonna be upset if you say no. Say no, my wall. Okay. I can spell. Cinema. I cannot promise anything good. Well, not promise this to be good. I just try to find a good reference photo. Or something to use, really. So many cute pictures to try to look off of. I just want to look at all the cute pictures. Okay, I guess we'll go with that one. Let me change this to cinnamon. Got chubby cheeks. Chubby, chubby. This is still not a dog in my opinion, but that's just me. It will always be a bunny to me. Other ear is gonna be going off the page, which is fine. Let's do this a little better. Sorry, turning into demonic eyes, I swear. Eyes are too close together, that's probably part of my problem. Hello? Why are you not? Oh, I'm still... I'm still on the eraser tool, that would help. See, that fits a bunny even more perfectly, okay? Like, kind of think of it as the moon bunnies, okay? I'm just making excuses now. I'm making excuses to justify myself. I'm glad someone thinks it does. And I don't care what anyone says, cinnamon roll will still be a bunny to me. It's very ugly, I'm sorry. I'm not used to drawing animals. And that's going away because it is cursed. It's the cursed cinnamon roll. There you go. That's what I'm gonna. That's what I'm gonna write in here. It's gonna be cursed cinnamon roll. Or she stops snoring the minute I put the mic up to her. I don't know if you actually heard Diamond snoring. But... yes, I have done Korin in a kimono. The question is if I have it on this computer or not. So trying to transfer some things over. I have to have it on here. No, I don't. Just kidding. No, I think it's on my tablet. Yeah, it's on my tablet. I don't have it on here. Yeah, I'll send it to you later. Unfortunately, it's on my tablet. I don't think I have my tablet connected through this. Yeah, first I don't even have the cloud set up for it. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh well. Oops. Stupid buttons. Mini ghost. This is the mini ghost. I feel like I've drawn that too, but maybe not. I don't know. Oh no, I've thought of the idea. I've never drawn it. Okay, that's what it was. Now I remember. Oh man, I haven't really thought about what's. I haven't really thought about how. Oh, kind of. I did actually. Now that I think about it. One second, I have to find my references for all these characters because I don't remember how I made them look. I forgot I just came up with the idea, not that I've drawn them together. Are my references. There's that one. There you go. Man, these pictures look funny to my brain now. They're so old, my brain just can't handle it anymore. I must label this Mini Ghost. guys are part. I think I make them both teenagers, technically. One's just a younger teenager. Look at that. That face isn't turned out the way I wanted it. Ugh. This is not turning out the way I wanted to. This is not turning out the way I want it to. Ugh. I don't know if I'm on the right layer. Okay, how's that? There we go. See.
ねえ俺の気持ち聞いてくれる俺すっごく
Sorry! I was concentrating very hard.
パスタが
My bad.
大好きさ言われなくたってわかるってでもね何度も言いたいんだだって本当に好きだからこの世界はとっておきの粉と水でできているぼんやり空を眺
Nope, that's just me concentrating sometimes. I was having very many issues with Selena's expression, so. Thanks for the lickies, pup. Thank you. Appreciate the licks.
ちょっと疲れたらさ軽くパスタでも食べてのんびりしようよ俺の元気の源デュラムセモリナ 100% 嫌なことあっても気にしない明日へのパワー 100% トマト箱の妖精は泣きのソースに
Abigail's.
変身だ
For reference, this one. This one that I drew all the way back in 2018. Which I don't think I've drawn since then. Can I tell you that she's not originally a redhead? There's something in the story that causes her to be like that. Her natural hair color is actually blonde. It's due to magic. Woo. What? Honestly, I haven't been quite sure about some of the plot in this one. I've kind of changed it a lot over the years, so it could change, it could not. This is one story I've not really developed all that much, to be honest.
Dreaming of a dance to go, waltzing through the ringing bells. Every second on my clothes, my magic spell. Fingers blurring me away, beckoning me inside there. 3 steps at a time, I'm leaping down these stairs. You shivered in the night.
I did that on the wrong layer. Crap. Oh well. Too late now.
Whispers reaching, searching around me, ordered to find a face never seen. And I with a blade and cradle within my grasp, I'll steal every last dream.
Well, I'm glad you think the hair is pretty at least.
Soar as a seraph, watching over all. A smile drawn onto my mask and my wings spread out. I embrace this love of cold and forms. Now I really wish the way, since I'm shaking without stop, as your eyes are glancing at the ticking clock. Taking off my slippers and dancing through a slope of steps, I'd extend my fingertips and reach out for your hand. I brush away a tear and kiss it gently, ending one moment, an impulse has been woken down your spine. On time. Please, I'm begging, don't make the bells ring.
Yes.
Onto my knees as I plead, I'm screaming out no as my right hand is thrusting out, and I say my last farewells now. Wearing suits of gunpowder and bluffs, here is a princess never turning back. Your unyielding eyes reflecting the burning lights, penetrate right through my frigid mask.
There you go.
I can feel your breath ever piercing into my ears, almost as if it were just a dream to fade. Through the stained glass I see in moonlight that you are still here, shrouded by golden
Oh no. Yes, I've seen those.
rip my dress apart.
I feel like I'd have to start a new file for that though, to make it sideways.
From its place, our eyes meet and lock in a gaze of desirous ache, on fueling a wild flame. Lonely souls uniting to be whole, burning with sparks and yearning for the same. If I cannot save your tears, then all of this will.
And who would I be doing this with?
One person gave. But time could be stopped now. I've been completely drawn into you. I wish I could count every thought beating in your chest. All before it fades away too. Let it stay remaining in motion, streaking mighty, impending scorching flames. No, I cannot move beyond
Let's go
this. It's almost like I'm watching fairy tales ablaze.
I'd be fine with it, but I don't know how well I would do with it though. Especially if I can't find a good reference of it. There we go. Oh no! is I can see it too, but I haven't really drawn Lark that much to be able to get his character down well enough, though. I think I've literally drawn Lark like 3 times, in all honesty. Okay, some of these need to go away. To find at least one of my references of Lark. Problem is, now that I see it, I can't unsee it, so I have to draw it. Ah! Give me one sec, I just need to pull up references. I literally don't... I don't really have much of a reference for Lark, though. That's my problem. Okay, do this for me. Look up a hairstyle that Lark is supposed to have, so I at least have that in mind. Because I don't think I've actually really drawn his hair much. I literally only have like one chibi image that I don't even know if the hair is correct on it. I will start at least on the... What is it? Left side? It is a giant eraser. I cannot guarantee hands being accurate, though. I still struggle very much with hands. I will do my best with the hands, though. Which I think having a redraw would also help. And this is too close to the edge. Scooching you over. There you go. Go back to this. And we all know it's Lark's fault for this in the first place. All know that. Trying to focus very hard on the hands because I fail at hands really hard. Behind it. Okay. So let's make that. So it's kind of curled under like that. But it's a little closer. Yes. That's knuckle here, knuckle here, knuckle here. This. Hands like that. Oh god, no, that looks bad. Oh no. There we go. Yeah, I won't put that footer on there. I'll make this bigger. Let's move this over again. Go slightly bigger. Okay, I need that hairstyle now. You're out of time. I don't know why I didn't get that message. Okay. I don't know how well I can do this. I don't know how well I can do the other one. No, it'll work. It'll work. My struggle now is just going to be trying to do the Ken side of this. I'm afraid to make it look bad. Oh, pen needs to be. Oh god, why? Don't look at it, no. No. I can't today. Let's try to do this part first. And then nope. Good thing this thing blocks like half the face. Haha. I do everything on layers, so if I somehow screw up the hair, then it's not going to be that big of a deal, to be honest. Because then I can just do a different layer. Or at least when I'm not confident about it, is probably what I should say. I tend to do different layers when I'm not confident about it. Can, as far as the eyes, is that reference also good for, like, eye shape? Or is there a different eye shape I need to use for his eyes? Okay, I just want to make sure. I'm gonna do the hand first. I already started on it, and I hate hands. I will not guarantee that the hands will look nice, just as an FYI. Because I hate hands. Hands are the bane of my existence, man. Yeah. Honestly, Lark makes a lot more sense. Lark and Liam are a little bit better choice, I feel. Yeah, I feel the same way with Liam. But technically, we created them, like, I think like almost 4 years ago. It's a thing. Ignore arms and shit. Liam's gonna look very manly because I'm basing the pose off the picture, so his arm's gonna look very fat. I will fix it later. Color. It's not gonna look exactly like in the reference image, but it'll be as close as I can with my art style. I told you, please ignore the arm. I will fix it later. I hope he looks okay. For the most part. Honestly, it might be one of those things I need to go back to fix for Lark. It's because the hand. So I hate hands, man. Okay, we're going to have just like a short mini break while I get everything set up for doing. We're doing Hakuoki Edo Blossoms. It'll be about maybe 20 minutes or so. I also gotta let my dog out. So, be back in about 20-ish minutes. Alrighty, and we are back with Hakuoki Edo Blossoms. I'm doing a little bit of fine tuning with audio and things, so give me just a moment. Just let me know if the sound sounds okay, or at least as far as being able to hear me and the background, or in the game. Darn it. Stupid soda. Exploding on me. So when we get into everything, actually, believe it or not, some of those aren't actually romanceable, as far as I know. Sound settings, voice is high, movie is high. Turn the BMG up a little bit more. Effects should be okay that way. Everyone's high. Okay. Hopefully everything will sound okay once we get into game. But if not, let me know. And we're gonna go ahead and do Kanai again. Gotta keep with the name, man. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully with the... I'm hoping, with all the voices turned up and stuff, it'll be okay, but who knows? It's very hard with this game to 100% know that. Oops. Yes, I want to. And then we're just going to continue with Heske's route. So that's the only route I'm doing on stream. If you want to see the other routes, do yourself. This game is too long overall if I did all the routes. Right? It's so pretty. So I did see some of them, and I did look at, like, choice-wise. I guess in this way, this particular one is story of Yukimura not having any love interests. So I might also do that one on stream, but I don't know. I haven't fully decided that one yet. But as far as everything goes, Heske's the only actual romance route I'm doing on this. Alrighty. Think everything's good to go. We're gonna go ahead and start. I've also researched a little bit that it's actually very easy to get bad routes in this. Apparently there's more bad routes than... There's a lot of bad routes in this. I'm not looking up any, like, choices for the good route. We're just gonna go as is, like I did with the other game. But I did just a little bit of research that it is more possible to get a bad route than it is to get the good route. And I'm not looking forward to that part. I'm not looking forward to the part. I'm gonna fail hard at this. Winter, 1864. In order to find my father with whom I'd lost contact, I, Kanai Yukimura, visited Kyoto. In that city, I bore witness to a horrifying secret hidden within a group called the Shinsengumi, the Fury, a creature with white hair and crimson eyes. Luckily, I was saved from the vicious clutches of the Furies by the members of the Shinsengumi. Because I had discovered the Shinsengumi's secrets, it was proposed that I live with the Shinsengumi men since they were also searching for my father. I'd heard rumors, well, whispers really, that the Shinsengumi were little more than a bunch of crooked ronin, but my life with them provided otherwise. Their commitment to protect the safety of Kyoto made them the last of a dying breed, true samurai. It set them apart from those who only craved power. Amongst the men was Hesuke, who always seemed to have my back. Hesuke was the youngest captain, and he led the 8th Division. Since the two of us were closer in age than the other captains, we became quite close. However, in order to become a member of the Guardians of the Imperial Tomb, he had decided to leave the Shinsengumi. This faction, the Guardians of the Imperial Tomb, was led by a man named Kashitaro Ito. The Aburano Koji incident was spurred on by both the Satsuma domain and their demon affiliates, and Hesuke had suffered a life-threatening injury. Then, he was forced to drink the water of life, transforming him into a fury. At the same time, the fate of the shogunate was threatened by the Satsuma Choshu, which later culminated in an inevitable battle for the control of the nation. Thus began the Battle of Toba Fushimi. Hesuke served as a member of the Shinsengumi's Fury Corps during his campaign, but one thing became clear. He was more fury than man now. Unfortunately, the battle ended in favor of the Satsuma Choshu, and the Shinsengumi were driven from Kyoto. They set sail for Edo in hope of a new start. No, he's not. Yes, I agree. He still be a man, man. Chapter 1, 1868 of January. Whew. Afterward, we returned to Edo. The Shinsengumi had reconvened in Hatamoto's mansion, fashioning a new headquarters from the ashes of the old regime. Shinsengumi, a military unit made up of ronin, the purpose of which was to restore public order in Kyoto and counteract the local anti-shogunate forces. They were supported by the Aizu domain, and eventually they became treated as a shogunate vassal. These days, however, it was seldom that one of the captains would find themselves within its halls. Hijikata had been filling in as acting chief in Kondo's stead, the latter of whom had suffered a serious gunshot wound, so he often met with the shogunate leaders. Okita's tuberculosis was scarcely improving, so he was bedridden in hope of recovering quickly. Captain of the Shinsengumi's 1st Division, after returning to Edo, he is diagnosed with tuberculosis and becomes bedridden. Okay. Nagakura and Harada were both often found taking new recruits out into the Edo nightlife, enticing them with alcohol and adventure before joining our ranks. Although everyone else had carved a niche for themselves in our new surroundings, the members of the Fury Corps were not so lucky. Rather, they were forced to remain within the compounds as a measure of safety for all of us. I had a feeling that such an order wouldn't sit well with them, and it was only a matter of time until their discontent manifested into something worse. I tried my best to keep from jumping to conclusions, but I had a lingering suspicion that the Fury Corps under Sanon's command was just biding their time. I had to wonder, was I imagining things? Or was this simply the calm before the inevitable storm? For now, the question was left unanswered. Lots of text right off the bat. 1868, February. On one such day, Yukimura, do you have a moment of time to spare? I have a feeling that's not going to be loud enough. Why are the voices so quiet? Sure, what is it? Sanan had snuck up on me, and in my surprise, I met her at a timid answer. The house in which you used to reside is located in the outskirts of Edo, is that right? Would it be too much to ask if you were to lead me to where your house is? Right off the bat, Sanan, what the heck, man? My house? Rumors that Kodo had been performing extensive research into the water of life in Edo at the strong behest of the shogunate. Kodo Yukimura, a Dutch-educated doctor in service to the shogunate and the father of the protagonist, he has been missing since shortly after his arrival in Kyoto. He was experimenting on the Shinsengumi. He is rumored to be in the western part of Japan. Right? So it seems natural of me to think he may have documented his research about the Furies quite well, and then hidden said documents within his home. Oh, come to think of it, if this led to an opportunity to make progress with this suppressing the bloodlust of the Furies, or even being able to reserve the effects entirely, then... Bloodlust, a term used in reference to the ravenous thirst for blood that one develops after becoming a Fury. If not fulfilled, the body undergoes an agonizing fit of pain. Damsel MC disease. More like, I want to help any way I can disease. Not that that's a bad thing, but sometimes you gotta learn the limits, right? Hesuke would no longer have to suffer. But could I truly take Sanen's word for it? Ever since our return to Edo, he had been acting very conspicuously. My immediate reaction to his suggestion was to cautiously eye what his intentions may have been. Sorry, give me 1 sec. I have allergy disease. My immediate reaction to his suggestion was to cautiously eye what his intentions may have been. I actually think have played have played an Otomi where the MC was not all trusting. But I don't remember what it was, to be honest. Is something the matter, Yukimura? Well, firstly, I need to get approval from Hijikata to exit the premises. Such a shame that he is absent today. Otherwise, we could have gotten approval without question. From what I've gathered, Hijikata rarely makes his way back to the compounds these days, given that he is so entrenched in his meetings. Besides, if curing the water of life's effects is in the realm of possibility, we should act as soon as possible, right? Think of what it could mean. By helping me to discover an antidote for the water of life, then perhaps we can absolve poor Toto from his terrible suffering. See, now that's just plain dirty. That's just rude. Sanen's lips smacked as he raised a valid argument. Nothing would make me happier than being able to save Hesuke, as well as all the others in the Fury Corps, from the payment of their condition. But I had to listen to my gut instinct, which in this moment was the reluctance to travel with Sanin alone. Tell me, does what I say trouble you? I hadn't guessed that there would be much room for discussion. Oh, well, well, for starters, the town's way better than 4 years ago. Way different. If I had to guess, I'd bet she's worried about finding her way around the city. That voice. Ain't that right, Kanai? Hesuke! Wait, when did you get here? I don't know. A little while ago, I think. Sanin just sounded so giddy while you two were talking. I had to see what the commotion was. Hesuke took pleasure in ribbing his comrade, then turned and spoke with a more serious tone. So anyway, is it cool for me to tag along with you guys, Sanin? You? Well, yeah. When I took a stroll through Edo just the other day, I made a stop by Kodo's clinic. In fact, if you want to, I could show you the way. I believe Hesuke was referring to his most recent trip to gather more recruits. He must have dropped by my house in search of any trace of father returning. What intrigued me was that his most recent trip hadn't taken place the other day, as he suggested, which led me to believe that he said it only to convince Sanin of letting him join our trip. Very well. I suppose if it is in the interest of guiding us safely, by all means show us the way. Thank you, Hesuke! I don't want to go with that weirdo by myself. Right on, leave it to me. Let's head over, Kanai. You should get ready. Okay, thank you, Hesuke. Good! I mean, I'm sure he's creepy in his own way, but still. Hesuke possessed a charming kindness that made it impossible for me not to smile in return. After discreetly making our way out of the compounds, we eventually traveled to the outskirts of Edo, where my father's clinic still stood, albeit quite discreetly. So this is Kodo's famous clinic. Time hasn't done it any favors, has it? How strange it is that such a familiar place to me can become so different in the span of years. The front of the house, at one point well kept and teeming with life, became dilapidated. Weeds sprouted through cracked stones underneath piles of dead leaves. Sorry for having you come along to this, Hesuke. Not a problem. It's not like being here doesn't have anything to do with me, since we're looking for clues about the Furies. Besides... Hesuke's tone became hushed, and he made a subtle gesture in Sanin's direction with stern eyes. It seemed Hesuke shared my quiet suspicion about Sanin's motives in this expedition. Scattered around the house were dusty tomes with referenced Western studies, sketches of human bodies, glass bottles, and other colorful, mysterious vials. A book with studies culture and technologies brought over to Japan from the Dutch. Father's study in particular contained tall stacks of documents and books. None seemed to follow any sense of organization. Cutting through the dust was a scent with which I used to be quite familiar. Remind me of my childhood when I would sneak into his study and receive a scolding. Man, where do we even begin looking? Last time I was here, I was just kind of peeking around casually, but this time, we're actually looking for something specific. You peeked around the house? What's the matter? Does that mean you went looking through my room too? No, I didn't go inside or anything. Yeah, you did. I mean, back then I didn't even know where your room was. You sure about that? Yeah, sure as ever. Come on, even I wouldn't go inside of a girl's bedroom without permission. I'd hate to be rude, but we have little time to waste at the moment. Have everything to hide. Should you come across any documents pertaining to the Furies, please place them in this pile. I'll be sure to look through them. Sure thing. With that, the three of us tackled separate corners of the house in search of any clues we could use to learn more about the Water of Life or Furies. Amidst the frantic searching was the sound of pages flipping and rustling in these abandoned rooms. Strangely enough, I felt myself being taken back to the days when I had lived with my father in this house. One of his habits was meticulously reading through his papers well into the twilight hours of each night. I had to wonder, where could Father be right now? Father, just as the words escaped my lips. Something wrong, Kanai? Oh, Asuke. Sorry, it's nothing. Have you found anything? Fortunately, not a thing. There's just so many books to look through. Looks like it. Say, where's Sanin? Over there. Hesuke's voice was a whisper as he signaled the direction Sanin had been in with his chin. Together, we silently observed Sanin in focus as he rapidly flipped through a thick, dust-coated pile of documents in the other room. I wonder if Sanin's found anything useful yet. I have no clue. I mean, shit, between you and me, we don't really have any idea what his real reasons are for coming here. His real reasons? I was under the impression that he wanted to look for documents to help him better understand the nature of Furies in the Water of Life. Sure, maybe as a cover story. But I can't say for certain how much of that story is true, though. Sanin's not exactly the type of person who'd tell either of us what he's got up his sleeve, even if he and I are both Furies. I suddenly felt a sense of dread bubble in the pit of my stomach that compelled me to grab Hesuke's sleeve. Can I? This caught Hesuke by surprise. and he worriedly began to ask me what was wrong. I suppose he had developed an eye for noticing when things bothered me, so he wanted to console me. Everything will be okay. No matter what happens, I'm right here. Yeah. Somehow, just the act of him comforting me was enough to soothe some of my anxiety. I wonder how he was able to do so. Whenever I found myself in a bind with Hesuke, had a knack for calming me down. Was this feeling... I caught myself in contemplation when... Oh god. Oh, is that Sen? It looked like Sen. The sound of footsteps came from the other side of the door. Huh? Who could that be? Is it Kodo? Or a thief, more like. Draw your sword, Toto. Yeah, I know. Both Hesuke and Sannin gripped the hilts of their swords in anticipation for this mysterious visitor, and the footsteps grew louder with each approaching step. Eventually, the door slid open. It was... Ah, it is Sen! Oh, how strange. Here I was thinking that everyone would be here in attendance, or so Kiku led me to believe. Perhaps she had misspoke, or have I just missed them? That voice, it was Sen! Sen, what are you doing here? One of the demons whom the protagonist had met in Kyoto. She serves as the head of the Yase clan and often goes by the name Sen. Kanai! So you were here all along? If I'm not mistaken, you're Toto and Sannin, was it? Yeah, thanks for helping me out that one time. If I am not mistaken, then you are the one who claims to be a demon princess. Stronger, more powerful than humans, they have rapid healing powers. Chikage Kazame, Kyo Shiranui, and Kyoju Amagiri are among their numbers. Almost could do that without having to pause. What is the meaning of your visit here? Well, as luck may have it, I had something to discuss with you all. But before getting into any of that... Kanai, what happened since we last met? Kazama was being quite the nuisance, wasn't he? Chikai Kazama, a demon previously affiliated with the Satsuma domain. He heads the Kazama clan and seeks protagonist as his bride. Oh, yes, for now at least. He hasn't bothered me since our arrival in Edo. Is that so? Good, I'm happy to hear it. Perhaps he has more sense in him than I had anticipated. So, what brings you here? Oh, that's right. Well, I had Kiku look into something for me. Kimigiku, a demon who serves Princess Sen as her personal bodyguard and spy. She works as a geigi in Shimabara to ascertain information from her clients. Specifically, I instructed her to gather all of the information concerning the Furies and that vile substance, the water of life, and bring it to me. The moment Sen brought up the serum, seeing all of us became clenched tensely in the room. That might be a little bit helpful to know. Again, I'll fix it at some point. Of all the things in the world, how very topical. So out with it then. What has your little bird told you? The water of life had originally been conceived as a method of recreating demon-like beings in this country. Allegedly, it contains traces of demon blood that hail all the way from a western country known as France. Wait, are you saying that there are demon clans in other countries too? Well, not exactly. Like our demon clans here, they possess extraordinary healing abilities and superhuman strength. But that is where the similarities end. We demons have no aversion to sunlight, nor are we burdened by the sickening taste of human blood. The demons in the West, however, feed on blood uncontrollably and only through its consumption do their rings grow. So, vampires. Vampires is basically what you're saying. So you're telling me that the reason why we have all these restrictions as Furies isn't because the water of life was poorly concocted, but rather it's all because it was made with demon blood from out west, where they all deal with this crap? Precisely. When Sen had first told me of the demons, my reaction was not unlike how Heske's was in this moment. But what she had just described to us seemed like something else entirely. A fairy tale, written and told in the interest of scaring young children. I saw them, though. The Furies, how many of them transformed right before me. How their eyes became red once the thirst for blood began to consume every fiber of their being. I see. How interesting. So if what you claim is correct, if a human were to drink the blood of a Fury, then theoretically they too would become a Fury. In a sense, it grants them an edge, a method of growth far superior to what your kind are capable of. Don't be a fool! What you're suggesting is forcing others to sacrifice their humanity, alter their entire state, making them into some sick, demon-like substitute. How do you expect them to retain their sense of self, their heart, after such a thing? Furthermore, expecting their bodies to handle such a significant change is lunacy. It could only spell disaster. You're referring to the bloodlust, are you not? You need to not explain it to me. I am acutely aware. No, that's not all. As all of you are aware, those who have gained Fury powers have been bestowed with the attributes of regeneration strength all demons are blessed with. But it does nothing to change the fact that their bodies are human. What are you getting at? I grow impatient hearing you repeat what is common knowledge to all of us. Unlike demon bodies, the human body is fragile, and thus there is a limit to how much one can exert itself. In order to compensate for this, the human body borrows from its remaining lifespan in order to use these powers. Each time you activate the powers of the Fury, or perhaps even use it to heal simple flesh wounds, you are merely borrowing time from your future self. What? I was slack-jawed. I found myself perplexed in trying to sift through the meaning of what Sen had said. Borrowing your future self? Wait, that means... Suddenly it all clicked. If what Sen said was true, then borrowing time from their future selves meant... What does that mean for Heske and Sanin? Sen's shoulders shook as she was startled by my outburst. At first, she gasped, hesitant to answer. Eventually, well, not to raise any alarm, but supposedly all of the subjects experimented upon by the shogunate have, without exception, turned to ash once their body fails. As Sen's revelation came to light, I was left speechless. No matter how many times I replayed the words in my mind, I struggled to grasp what they had meant. Turned to ash. She could have been referring... Who could she have been referring to? Heske and Sanin? No. An icy shiver ran down the length of my spine. What the hell? So you mean San and I are gonna die soon? Not just a normal death. Did I get that right? We're gonna turn to ash like we're nothing? Believe me, I'm aware this is difficult to accept, but I pray you heed my warning. If you bear any desire, in the slightest, to extend your life, refrain from using your Fury powers altogether. Your warning is duly noted. I found it rather peculiar that Sanin was stone-faced in response to Sen's warning. Maybe he was unconvinced, or even highly skeptical. His eyes thinned, scanning Sen from head to toe. After an awkward pause, Sen turned to face me. My intention is for Kiku to continue uncovering answers to this worrisome conundrum. But for now, may I ask where all of you are residing currently? For the moment, we have rented a mansion owned by one of the Hatamoto. I don't think we would be difficult to relocate if you asked for directions for the Shinsengumi headquarters. Let us hope you are right. Very well. Should more information arise, I shall send you a message. Should you ever find yourself in need of my counsel, I advise you contact Matsumoto for my whereabouts. A respected doctor who works as a close affiliate of the Tokugawa shogunates. He is cooperative with the Shinsengumi and is a colleague of Kodo Yukimura's. Dr. Matsumoto? Are the two of you acquainted, son? Indeed, it is my search for Kodo that brought our paths together. We've discussed how the shogunate and domain leaders are well aware of the demon's existence, have we not? Well, the resident shogunate doctor was none other than Dr. Matsumoto, whose affiliation with the shogun made it seem as though we were destined to meet. I see. What a small world, so I muttered to myself. It comforted me somewhat, knowing that I could summon her assistance if the time ever came when I need it. Far be it from me to take up any more of your precious time. Until next time, can I? With that, Sen left us. After her departure, I glanced over at Sonin and Hesuke, whose expressions bordered on catatonic. An understandable reaction, to say the least. Surely they had still been processing Sen's somber news. Our search for documentation of worth to our cause has proven fruitless. But somehow it appears the truth has discovered a means of finding its way to us regardless. Sonin's words were chilling, and he spun around on his heel to turn his back to us before marching away. Sonin, where are you going? Back to headquarters. See no further benefit in wasting my time here. For now, there is much to consider for myself alone. Good, go away, Sonin. No one liked you anyways. Without another word, Sonin hurried out of the building. Only Hesuke and I were left in the house. Sen's cautionary omen struggled to leave me. Tanfir has used their powers of regeneration on superhuman strength. They were borrowing time from their future selves. Each usage came at the cost of another day, another week, or perhaps months of their lives. In the back of my mind, I only hoped that Hesuke hadn't taken the words too harshly. The thought made me nervous, scaring me into avoiding looking him in the eye. I stared nervously at the ground. Suddenly, I felt a soft hand rest upon my shoulder. Hey, come on. Don't get so down. Oh, Hesuke, why are you so nice? Dude. Sure, it might not have been what I was hoping to hear, but we made some huge progress today. But doesn't it scare you, Hesuke? What if what she said was true? Then soon you and Sonin will be... Well, yeah, I'd be lying to you if I said that I wasn't scared. But without any of these powers, I would have been dead a long time ago. I mean, that's true, but still. Besides, so long as I don't use my powers willy-nilly, then it means I have a little more time, right? All it means is that from now on, it's better to be safe than sorry, right? Hesuke's tone was hollow, giving me the impression that not even he believed the words he was saying. The threat of war looming in the horizon was no secret to either of us. And when that day came, Hesuke would have no choice but to use his powers. He would only be delaying the inevitable before his flesh turned to ash and was whisked away with the wind. This is like a lot sadder than Kyoto Winds. Can we go back to that? Kyoto Winds was still sad, but that's even sadder. Hey, Kanai. Come on, you gotta cheer up. What should I tell him? You don't have to put up a front. Hesuke, you don't have to put up a front. I'm not putting up a front. Yes, you are. It's hard enough for me to see you feign a smile through all of this. I looked deeply into his eyes. Hidden behind his wide, bright eyes, I could see his confusion and anxiety festering, lurking underneath. There was no way he wouldn't have been afraid. Death was frightening enough, but having your death be premeditated was another prospect entirely. I know there isn't much I can do for you, but all I ask is that you be honest with me. If you're ever having a hard time, please let me know. The last thing I want for you is to feel like you have to act tough for my sake. So, please. Kanai. Hesuke tepidly dug his teeth into his lips, offering a half-hearted smile once more, but then... Oh yay, I chose the right one! Thanks. Really, it means a lot to hear that coming from you. But I don't know if I can fulfill what you've asked of me. I mean, look at me. I'm brash as hell. I'm a show-off. I gotta act tough in front of the woman I look. All I meant was that, well, I have a habit of wanting to show off in front of you. No, just say it, man! Oh, why can't you guys be honest? I swear. Hesuke. Even when comforted with the sombering reality that he could die at any moment, he still forced a smile. But the smile resonated a little differently to the one he had shared with me only moments earlier. Perhaps he had accepted it with far more humility and goodwill than I was willing to give him credit for. You know, I just wish you'd let your guard down in front of me, but... You aren't going to do so, are you? You got that right. Oh, and another thing. You said that there isn't much I could do that you could do for me, but that's a lie. You have no idea just how much you being here means to me. Seriously, thank you so much. Aww. Watching Hesuke express such animated praise for me made my heart sink a little heavier in my chest. The precarious circumstances he'd found himself in mattered little in comparison to how he might have interpreted my feelings were about the situation. A brisk, chilly wind, befitting the end of the wintry season, blew nimbly outside of my old home. Hey, aren't you cold? Yeah, but I'm fine. It seems like winter will be coming to an end soon. It's almost spring. Spring, huh? And it makes you think about how time flies. Any idea what we were doing this time last year? I think... Oh, I remember now. Must have been around the time when the cherry blossoms started blooming when I left to join Edo, huh? The former military advisor and deputy commander of the Shinsengumi, as well as the older brother of Saburo Miki. He established the gardens of the Imperial Tomb and was assassinated by the Shinsengumi during the Aburano Koji incident. It's only been a year since then. Hesuke's eyes thinned, and he let his gaze wander up towards the overcast sky. The memory of Hesuke's departure was one that I wasn't exactly eager to revisit. It shattered me to think that our farewell might have been the last time either of us would see or speak to another ever again. And that wasn't all. Hesuke nearly died during the Aburana Koji incident, and it took the water of life to resurrect him as a fury. An internal dispute amongst the Shinsengumi that resulted in the deaths of Ito and several of his men. Would Hesuke live long enough to welcome another spring beside me? As I became aware of the morbid thoughts swirling tirelessly in my head, I shook my hands to distract myself. Hey, what's up with you? What do you mean? You're frowning. Oh, well, nothing, it's just... nothing. I'm just a little distracted is all. After everything that happened today, I'm still a little scatterbrained. There's nothing for you to get all worked up about, though. I mean, it's not your fault we all had to become Furies, you know? Hesuke might have seen it that way, but it was my father that exposed his evil, the water of life, to the Shinsengumi all those years ago. So it wasn't as if it didn't concern me entirely. Well, it'll be sundown soon, so we should probably make our way back to the compounds. Yeah, you're right. I took a last long look outside as the wind grazed my cheeks, and I prepared for the long trek back. Okay, ready to leave? You sure you didn't leave anything behind here? Hesuke? Oh, well, I got to thinking. So like Princess Sen said earlier, Furies turn to ash once they've spent all their life force up, right? Yeah, I believe so. Well, Sunen's a Fury for what, 3 years now? But he doesn't look like he's changed a bit. Doesn't that ring any bells for you? Now that you mention it, Sonnen had used ample opportunity to use his fury powers in battle throughout these last few years, even going so far as to cross blades with Kazuma. And yet, his body seems to have suffered none of the effects described by Sen, nor does he seem fatigued or affected by his bloodlust. Do you think that what Sen said was wrong? Well, I couldn't tell you. To tell you the truth, bloodlust is... Uh-oh. 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 Hesuke cut himself short, and suddenly he was bent over, groaning in agony. Hesuke, what's wrong? From his forehead dripped thick beads of sweat, and Hesuke clasped his hands tightly around his throat. Hang on, I've seen this before. It must be... Speak of the devil, huh? I had one choice. Oh no! Not this option! Not these options again! Why these 3 options specifically? Like, ah! Oh, I'm just gonna do it. I hate, But if he's like vampire-ish now, then the only option is to give him blood, right? Without a second thought, I unsheathed my kodachi and slid the cold, sharp blade across my wrist. I watched a hot stream of blood ooze slowly from the freshly split wound. Hesuke, drink my blood! I fought back the urge to focus on how much it stung, and I hastily offered my forearm to Hesuke. By this time, Hesuke had dropped to his knees, and he ravenously grabbed a hold of the bloody arm. I felt a chilling sensation as his tongue made contact, followed by the warm pressure of his eager sucking. Sorry, am I hurting you? No, I'm okay. Just please drink as much as you need until you feel better, Hesuke. Kanai. Suddenly, Hesuke's tongue started to lap along the length of where I'd made the incision. The wound was tender. With each moist touch of Hesuke's tongue, I felt a sharp tingle. However, if this was what helped Hesuke get through these terrible symptoms, then all that mattered was that his thirst was quenched. The rhythm of his heavy breathing steadied with each deep gulp of blood he took, and I watched in fascination as drops of blood trickled gently from his soft cheeks. Eventually, sanity returned to his desperate eyes, and his pupils came back into focus from their dilation. Sorry, Kanai. There's nothing to apologize for. My body heals cuts really quickly. If it does anything at all to soothe your pain, then that's all that matters to me. Still, that's nothing to scoff at. If you have the power to heal quickly, that's still pain you're feeling. Hesuke looked disturbed by my attempt at reassuring him, but even so, I knew this is to be one of the few things I could do for Hesuke in these trying times. But in the back of my head, I knew that telling this to him would only do him more harm. Ah! Do I want to continue? Maybe. Gosh darn. A few days later, to mitigate rising tensions from the Imperial Army, the Shinsengumi became the Kokyu Regulatory Company, a rebrand to protect the group from needless provocation. Imperial Army, a specific reference to a core battalion of capable infantry men who use Western military techniques and advanced weaponry in the latter stages of the Boshin War. This renaming came at the order of the former shogunate, along with an order to protect Kofu Castle. After a long absence, Kondo had finally returned to the compounds. While everyone... go back really quick. Kofu Castle. Ieyasu Tokugawa established this castle at the last line of defense to protect Edo's borders. While everyone geared up for this expedition to Kofu, the Fury Corps was ordered to remain behind as their recent actions had garnered some scrutiny. For many warriors, this expedition was their first ever opportunity to gain merit on the battlefield. However, for some veterans, this order only reminded them of the truth, that war was ugly, and each expedition brought the threat of losing more allies. This was the first time our men had seen a large-scale battle since the Battle of Toba Fushimi, a fact which brought me great anxiety. On one of the nights leading up to our departure, Hijikata summoned me to join the men in the hall, so I finished my chores and made my way there. As I walked closer to it, I heard the buzz of growing commotion on the other side of the sliding doors. Hey, don't you think this looks a little weird on me? It's super tight, almost suffocating. Was that Hesuke's voice? Wonder what could be suffocating him. Hijikata, this is Yukimura. May I come in? Yeah, sure. Come in. After verifying his approval, I slid the door open. To my surprise, it was something entirely unexpected. Hey, Kanoi, check out my threads. Don't you think it's a little funny looking? No, they made him cut his hair! I'm so sad! I know, that was already there, but still. His hair, man! That was part of who he was! At first, I barely recognized the man standing in front of me. I gasped dumbfoundedly at the sight. By the sight. Hey, Kanai, you listening? Oh, I mean, his voice was Hesuke's, and his height was Hesuke's, but... was this really Hesuke? Oh man, look at her. She's totally in shock. See, I told you it was funny looking, Hijikata. Shut your mouth, you little brat. If you spend more time with it, and less time running that whiny mouth of yours, you'll get used to it. No, I mean, yes, he looks cute in the short hair. But but all their long hair. Come on, all their long hair, man. Looks like... Look, let's get things straight. Why the hell are you trying to get us into Western clothes all of a sudden? Back in Kyoto, you were the biggest hard-ass in the world when it came to foreigners and their stuff. Well, if we want our men to start using rifles, might as well give them a uniform to make shooting easier. The hell? I don't use a rifle, so wouldn't it have been cool to just keep on wearing what I had? You made me cut my top knot. For what? Nothing. Look, her reaction. She thinks I look stupid. Poor Hesuke. I need a minute because Hesuke's reaction is just hilarious. Hesuke glanced over at me indignantly, raising his voice at the visibly irritated Hijikata. Huh? Me? Oh wait, no, I wasn't reacting that way because of what you're wearing. You sure? Ever since you got here, you've frozen up and haven't said a thing. That is true. Could've gotten a buzz cut. Well, I mean, Hesuke's new hairstyle flattered his features in a manner I was unused to seeing. It was so short. So, dare I say, charming. Huh? You say something? As I mistakenly blurted out my train of thought, mine and Hesuke's eyes met, and instantly my cheeks started burning up. Nothing. You look very handsome. It felt like a lump formed in my throat, reducing whatever I wanted to say to incoherent babble. I averted his gaze, knowing my cheeks were rosy. Yeah? Well, if you say so, maybe I could give this outfit a shot. Oh, it takes approval of your girlfriend, too, to get you to try it. Look, it's gonna be such a headache. You can spend the rest of your day checking yourself out. For now, I have something to discuss with you, too.
ああ、そういや、そんなこと言っ
Oh,
て
yeah, I
た。
was wondering what the big deal was.
で、なんなんだ
So, what's up?
甲府での戦い
I'm gonna
に
be
ついてだが
honest. It's about our upcoming campaign in Kofu.
負け戦に
Starting
な
to
るかも
look
しれない
like a lost cause. Kofu, a territory surrounding Edo under the jurisdiction of the shogunate that is generally regarded to be the land protecting Edo Castle. No specific lord governs this plot of land. A lost cause? Wait. Don't you think it's a little early to call? Especially considering you have yet to fight?
どんだけ戦力差があっても
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the odds are. Victory is never assured.
負けた場合の
So I
備え
bet
は
what he means is that we should prepare for the worst, just in case things don't go up to plan.
英介の言う通りだ
Precisely, Hesuke.
城を先に取
As
る
of
ことができりゃ
now, if
負
we
けはね
can
え
fortify the castle before the Imperials arrive, then we stand a pretty good chance.
戦に絶対なんてことは
Anything goes on the battlefield. Don't want to let anything come and bite us in the ass out there. Suddenly, the grim events of Toba Fushimi came flooding back to me, making the hairs on my arms stand. At the end of the battle, even with almost triple the manpower that was brought by the Sacho, the shogunate army was humiliated and forced to retreat. Shacho, a shorthand slang term referring to the Satsuma and Choshu as a combined force. That'll be a lot easier to say. A fact I'd imagine that had not left Hijikata easily. Well, maybe if victory isn't assured, then it would be better for us not to fight in this battle.
戦で勝たねえ
Doesn't
限り
work that way, kid.
俺たちに上がり目は
If we
ねえ
want to raise our stature, we gotta start winning battles. Big ones.
このままじゃ
At the rate of the
ろくろ
shogunate's
戦わね
going,
えうちに
they're
幕府側が負け
they're
ちま
singing
わねえ
ship
とは
whether or
考え
not they put up a fight.
なるほど
Huh. It make a lot of sense.
負けるとしても
So if
でき
we're
る
gonna
だけこ
go
っちの
down
備え
with
は
this
軽く
sinking
する
ship, then you bet your asses I'm going to look out for my men and leave in the casualties at a minimum.
お前らは
So
その
for
後
you
の
two,
再
I
起の
want you to
支度を
start
し
the
よう
preparations for our contingency plan.
松本先生と
That means
協力して
contacting Dr. Matsumoto and gathering all the guns and ammunition you can get your hands on. Can I trust the two of you with that to get that done?
あ、わかった
Yeah, sure thing.
つうか
Man, Hijikata, always gotta be 2 steps ahead, don't you? Hesuke raised an excellent point. Ever since our defeat at Toba Fushimi, Hijikata had gained a wiser head, a greater sense of cunning. He never seemed too optimistic, nor too cynical. It seemed the bitter memory of Toba Fushimi was enough to keep him on his toes, and it was reflected in his leadership. However, there was something I had wondered. After a pause, I told Hijikata what was on my mind. Hijikata, do you need me to join in the march to Kofu with all of you guys?
お前はここにいろ さっき
You'd better stay.
今
Like I
回の
said, I'm
戦には
hesitant to
勝てね
call
えかもしれ
it a
ない
sure bet. The situation is not looking too great.
まあここ
Then
も
again,
安全とは言い切れ
Who's to
ね
say
え
this place will be any safer for you, too?
なんだよ
Hey,
それ
what are you trying to say?
俺たちじゃこ
You
いつ
think
を
we
守
aren't
り
strong
きれ
enough
ね
to
えってこと
protect her?
か？ひでえ
That
って言っ
it?
てくれる
That's
の？
messed up.
別にお前
Hey,
の
watch
力
it.
を疑って
I'm
る
not
わけじゃ
slating
ない
you or your abilities. You're plenty fine.
しかも
It's just,
江
well,
戸市中に
hey, there's been a
不
string
審
of
火が
murders going around Edo. Murders?
それ俺も
Yeah,
聞
I
いたことあ
heard
る
about something about that too.
夜出歩いてるやつ
Supposedly
が
civilians, not just one group, but men,
殺される
women,
事件
and
が
children, all of them,
続けに起こってる
have been found murdered in the streets lately, right?
ああ
Yep. I
俺
took
も
one
現場を
gander
見てきたが
there at one of the crime scenes and sheesh, it's pretty fucked up.
仏さんは
Let's just
元の
say there
殺し
wasn't
がわから
much
ねえほど
left of the
めった切
victim.
りにされちまってる
Whoever did it really hacked them to pieces.
今日にいた頃
Doesn't that alarm you?
似たような
Didn't we get
話を
wind
聞
of
いた
similar reports back in Kyoto?
ひょっとして
Wait, are you talking about Sonnen?
証拠はねえ
I've got no proof. Back during our stint in Kyoto, Sonnen, who led the Fury Corps, became notorious for slaughtering outlaw Ronin under the facade of pursuing justice during his nighttime patrols. Ronin who carry neither affiliation nor purpose, often forming into gangs who perform illicit activities. Even slaughtering seems like a tame description, given that the victims were maimed and dismembered beyond recognition. A truly gruesome sight. But this time, the victims aren't just Ronin outlaws, but civilians in Edo, right? I don't think Sonnen would go that far. I already told you, I've got no proof. All I want is for us to be prepared. And you sure as hell better keep your mouth shut about what we've talked about right now. Well, of course. Heisuke, while we're gone, make sure you keep an eye on Sonnen for me. Don't let him out of your sight. While you're at it, keep Yukimura safe. Clear?
なあ、わかった。
Yes, sir. Clear. Starting tomorrow, Heisuke, the Fury Corps, and myself were all expected to remain at headquarters. I hoped Hijikata's warning were just that. Warnings. But hope could only take me so far, and the feeling of dread in my stomach showed no sign of stopping. Man, this is very dark. I was not expecting to be quite this dark. Got no funnies right now. Darn it, talking a lot just makes my sinuses run. I don't know why. Ugh. I was alone in my room, arranging my bedding on the night when everyone else had left for Kofu already. Footsteps creaked on the other side of my door. Yeah, I know it's gonna be bloody, but still. Whose footsteps could they have been? My curiosity began to get the better of me. I peeked my head out the door. I walked down the hall in the direction of where I'd heard the steps. As I made my way outside of the compounds, I heard,
こっちだ。
Kanae, this way! Heisuke quietly waved me over to join him. I scurried over to hide where he had been sitting. Heisuke, what are you doing here?
羅刹隊の奴らの様子がおかしかった。
Some of our Furies were acting a little strangely. I decided to check out what they were up to, which led me to hiding here next to you. Wait, so those footsteps I heard earlier were from the men in the Fury Corps? Yeah, seems like they're on their way out.
出かけるみてえだな。
What's Sonnen up to?
部屋で書き物
Last I checked, he was reading in his bedroom. Does that mean they're acting independently? Like, maybe he had nothing to do with this? Too early to
ま
tell.
だわからねえ。それよりあいつら
First things first, we gotta figure out what the hell they're doing out in the city.
ついてこい。
Follow me, Kanae.
俺の後ろを離れるんじゃ
Just
ねえ
make sure to stay close to me, behind me. Will do. Together, Heisuke and I covertly kept in close step with the gang of Furies, leaving the compounds. Wah, 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 wah. After 10 minutes, we'd reached a stop when... A blood-curdling scream shrieked in the distance, followed by the grisly sound of flesh being split open. Oh no, it meant...
急ぐぞ。
Hurry, Kanae! I sprinted after Heisuke, who'd burst into a run. By the time we arrived at the scene, it was too late. A lurid scattering of ripped flesh and limbs was sprawled across the blood-soaked streets. Let's take you back. Two ghastly furies, clad in white hair and a thick coat of blood, sadistically stabbed into the bodies of corpses lying helplessly along the stained pathway. With each horrid jab of their swords came the repulsive splatter of blood upon their mad faces. Despite Hijikata's warning that the victims were often left disfigured beyond recognition, one thing was clear. They were not soldiers. They were ordinary people. You bastards, all this just to drink blood. They weren't even criminals or Ronin outlaws, but people. You bastards killed normal people. I watched Hesuke's right fist tremble fiercely. I couldn't blame him. It was difficult to see his comrades resort to such abject depravity, becoming murderers to satiate their never-ending thirst for human blood. One of the Furies turned to face Hesuke, and his blood-stained lips curled into a warped smirk. Madness, it seemed, had consumed them, leaving no trace of sanity behind their red, glowing eyes. All that remained was a primal urge festering within them to kill and drink the blood of their targets. They're past the point of no return. The blood's wiped their minds completely. I can't let them live. Go, Hesuke, go! With shaking hands, Hesuke unsheathed his sword, biting his lips nervously as he barked at me. Kanai, hi over there! Don't come out till I say so. But Hesuke! Got it? Hesuke's bark was fast approaching a bite, and I made myself hidden as he ordered me to, but would he really be okay? Could he take on two of the Fury Court by himself? Men that, up until today, had eaten, slept, and served along him nobly as his allies? One of the Furies broke into a maniacal cackle. Then he leapt from the ground and lunged at Hesuke's throat. Hesuke nimbly evaded the Fury's strike, watching the path of its movements with relaxed ease. The Fury turned on its heel and slipped a little, giving Hesuke the perfect opportunity to make his move. Hesuke kicked at the ground and thrust his sword into the Fury's sternum, producing a gush of blood. The Fury yelped in pain and took a step back. It seemed Hesuke's blade hadn't pierced through any of its vital organs, so it still had the chance to heal, before Hesuke could catch his breath. The other Fury, who had been waiting for the opportune moment to pounce, charged at Hesuke. Hesuke swung his sword to parry the oncoming attack, but he hadn't caught it fast enough. The blade caught his shoulder, tearing a wide cut into his flesh that spewed a stream of blood into the air. Hesuke! Hey, stay where you are! Despite bleeding profusely from the wound in his shoulder, Hesuke threw wild slashes at the Fury. This is nothing. Nothing to worry about. It'll heal up in a jiff. Just as Hesuke claimed, the blood trickling down his shoulder stopped, and it seemed the wound was beginning to seal itself. But should he really be using those powers? As Sen mentioned, each instant of healing had potentially sapped away his precious lifespan. To make matters worse, give it a rest already, you crazy sons of bitches! In spite of its best efforts, Hesuke struggled to land a vital blow on either of the Furies, swinging aimlessly at the vicious pair. Oh boy. I noticed the fatigue began to set in for Hesuke, which was only exuberated by how frequently his opponents seemed to be regenerating their wounds. Maybe, just maybe, Just as it seemed the situation had turned dire.
一体何を遊んでいる
Oh no, not him. Oh no, not this guy. What use is there in wasting your energy?
すんたらずの
Being
子供
tiny is
といえど
laughable enough,
この
but
程度の
watching you
相手に
struggle to
手こず
defeat
る
these
ほど
loathsome
気弱
creatures
では
is
なかった
entertainment beyond comparison. That voice! When my mind registered whom it could have belonged to, sight of a white blade glimmering spectacularly in moonlight shined before my eyes. As the spectacle faded, the bloodshed continued. Cries of despair echoed eerily, one after the other. Each fury dropped to the floor, pools of blood forming under their stiff, lifeless bodies. There was no mistake. Few beings in this world were capable of subduing a pure furies as effortlessly as was done here. Certainly not if they were humans.
風間天霧
Kazuma, Omagiri, just what do you think you're doing here? A demon affiliated with the Satsuma Den, he is master of hand-to-hand combat and is often seen with Kazuma. Mind your tongue. We were walking through Edo to sniff out any hint of nefariousness we could find.
あのまがいもの
Answer me, boy.
貴様ら
These
新
fakes
選組
belong
が
to
立
the
っている
dogs, or rather Shinsengumi, is that correct? I love how Amagiri's still in his regular uniform, but Kazuma isn't.
なぜ奴らが
What
辻
business do
斬
you
りを
have?
働いているのだ
Do they have murdering innocent people in the street? Is this your doing, boy?
そんな命令
Of course
するわけねえだろ
We never condone this. I'll have you know it wasn't me who came after them. I'll have you know it was me who came after them. Hesuke shouted back at Kazuma and Amagiri looked at him suspiciously.
Do
not act so coy. These are not isolated incidents. We are keenly aware that these disturbing murders have been occurring since before your arrival at Edo.
貴様は承知してお
Well
られ
put.
たとしても
Even if you believe you are cleared of any wrongdoing, the leader of these abominations,
確か三男
Sonnen was it? I can assure you that these
奴は
despicable
こやつ
acts
ら
are
が
no
大
surprise
関
to
を
him.
働いていることを知っているのである奴の女
In,
を
in accordance with the treaty I've made with that demon princess of Yase, I will not let you go freely, but I will let you go freely, but in each demon clan based in Kyoto, there are one of the oldest clans in existence, one serving as the prevailing governors over other demon clans. Probably. Probably.
死に狂った
Should I happen to come across one of those ravenous creatures, I will spare no effort in crushing them. If I remember correctly, all of you claim to serve under the guise of protecting the safety of Kyoto and its people. So in the future, why don't you think a little more closely about whether or not murdering innocent people for their blood is the right thing to do? After saying their piece, both Kazuma and Amigiri vanished like mist into the darkness of the night.
分かってる
Damn it, I know that. Hesuke stared bitterly at the ground as he sheathed his sword back into his scabbard. How's your shoulder doing, Hesuke? Oh yeah, it's fine. All healed up.
もう塞がっちまったから
Yes, they do have a point, I'm not gonna lie. Ugh. I don't know how to feel about Kazuma in this right now, because I really dislike him in Kyoto wins, but I guess we'll see what happens.
それよりも
But I can't shake what Kazuma has said earlier. You mean the fact that Sonnen is aware that his furies are butchering innocent people?
実際どう
I
か
don't know
わからねえ
what to believe anymore, but
そんなんさ
Sonnen's a sharp man.
人だから
There's no way in hell he wouldn't have noticed members of the Fury Corps sneaking out at night to murder people.
気づかなかったはずだねえんだ
Then,
とりあえず
let's head back,
本所に戻ったら
straight back to the
本人に
compounds
直
right
接
now
確かめてみよう
and ask him ourselves.
素直に答
Highly
えてくれ
doubt
るかどうか
he'd answer us honors. I highly doubt he'd answer us honestly, though. Right. For now, we had to escape the scene before anyone could come around to pin the crime on us. What do we do with these bodies, Hesuke? A dim, melancholic expression formed on Hesuke's face. We have no choice but to leave them behind. Doesn't make me like him anymore. But we'll see how he turns out in Edo Blossoms, I guess. Look like they're out of uniform, so I don't think any of the townspeople will recognize them as Shinsengumi soldiers. I see. In this moment, I recalled my first night in Kyoto when I had been cornered by that group of Furies. Hijikata and the rest of the Shinsengumi men spoke nonchalantly, despite standing above the hair-raising display of corpses strewn across the alley. I gathered the impression that the Shinsengumi had grown accustomed to this kind of nauseating sight, especially as seasoned warriors, but Hesuke was different, and it seemed like this grim reminder of morality was enough to unsettle his already fragile state of mind. I mean, that's true, but still. Watching his lips curl into a frown made me worry that his well-being was at risk. There was something else too. I'd wondered. Hey, Hesuke. I know that earlier Kazuma was just taunting you, but why did you hesitate before killing that Fury? Well, I just let my guard down. They're wicked fast. Hesuke blushed, turning his gaze away from me as if to prevent me from being able to read the truth in his eyes. Forget about it. Come on, let's head back. Without another word, Hesuke spun around and walked in the direction of our headquarters. His actions did little to convince me that I was wrong. But we made our silent walk home together. As soon as we'd arrived at the compounds, Hesuke immediately briefed Sonnen on the entire incident. How perplexing. What a tragedy to hear some of the Fury Corps had abused their powers for evil. Oh, don't act innocent, man! I hate you. Careless mistake of mine, I admit. I should have kept them under my watch with the utmost discretion. Sonnen, did you really have no idea this was going on? I find it hard to believe that someone as observant and sly as you would let something like that slip from right under your nose. Hesuke's words were stern, making his point clear. I greatly overestimate me. I am neither a god nor Buddha, so even I may be prone to letting things slip from under my nose. Sonnen's demeanor was cold and stoic. Whether his words were to be taken as truth or if they were intentionally misleading, I would have had no way of knowing.
話はそれだけですね。では、私はそろそろ失礼させてもらいますよ。
Is that all you want to discuss? If so, I will be on my way then. Oh. With that, Sonnen stood and returned to his room. He got away this time. Well, I can't say I expected him to be the kind of person who'd give an honest answer under pressure. So, what are we going to do now? Luckily, the culprits behind those recent murders had already been dealt with, so if Sonnen was telling the truth, we should have nothing to worry about. If we want to corner Sonnen, then the only way will be to catch him at the scene of the crime. That way he'll have no excuses. But is that something we could actually do? I don't know. For now, at least, until Hijikata returns, let's keep a closer watch on Sonnen. Okay, understood.
さてと
Well, it's almost done. So that means it's time for me to turn in. I'm getting real sleepy. Right, please let me prepare your petting for you. You got it.
あのさ
Hey, Kanan. Kanai.
ありがとな
Thanks. Oh.
三男さんのこととか
Like about Sun and the Furies, I don't think I would have been able to handle all this by
多分
myself.
俺一人じゃ抱えきれなかったと思う
Oh, come on. There's no need to thank me. I'm more than happy to assist you. Oh. After assuring him, I left Hesuke to sleep in his room, but my heart clung to his word of thanks, which sat warmly in my chest well into the start of the new day. Despite the predicament we were in, I felt very peaceful. Oh. A few days after witnessing those murders in Edo, the suspicious activity seemed to have quieted down. Since that night, Sonnen had been on his best behavior, never seeming to stray too far from the compounds. Knowing all of it could have been a ruse, however, we continued to monitor him discreetly. While in the middle of preparing some of the dishes for supper, I snuck a cursory glance towards Sonnen.
雪村君
Yukimura, is there something
私
amiss
の
about
顔
my
に
face?
何かついていますか
Oh no, nothing like that!
害があるわけで
Well,
も
may
な
I
いのに
suggest, unless I give you reason to look, you keep your eyes forward and stick to your duties. Your sneaky, glances make me uncomfortable. Yeah, well, your entire being makes me uncomfortable, Sonnen.
それとも
Or is
何
there
か
something
気に
more?
なることでも
Something
あるの
bothering
でしょ
you?
うか
No, not really. I glanced over at Hesuke, hoping he would help me out of this awkward conversation.
あ
I think she's just
ちょっと
anxious.
不安なんだよもしかしたら
I'm sure she's just worried that you might not like what she's prepared for tonight's dinner, Sonnen.
三男さんって
You know what I mean? It's just that your palate's so refined and also.
雪村君が作る
But
食
you know,
事
it's
を
hardly
口
my
に
first
するの
experience
は
with Yukimura's
こ
cooking,
れが
though.
初めてではありませんが
あその
Well,
まあそ
sure,
れはそう
but
だ
I mean... Hesuke was doing his best to come up with a plausible excuse on the spot, but... virtue by either terrible and provisional skills or the pressure of standing up to Sonnen's intense scrutiny, Hesuke found it difficult to convince Sonnen.
まあいいでしょ
Well, for now, I'd better
う
drop
それで
it.
は
Don't let
いただ
me
き
take
ます
away from this marvelous supper. I'll be digging in. Same here. Before all the other soldiers had departed for Kofu, the dining room was normally a lively scene, full of hungry warriors, antsy after a long day of training. Eating dinner with everyone absent save for myself, Hesuke and Sonnen, was silent to an unsettling degree. Yeah, Hesuke tried real hard, man. Real hard.
うん
Your cooking has surely improved, Yukimura.
雪村君
Huh?
この菜の花の
These
ごま
sesame
和えで
infused
すよ
vegetables. Quite exquisite, I have to admit. Dude, you're freaking me out, man. Yeah? Well, thank you.
うん
Indeed, the pleasure is all mine. I love you, Hesuke.
心配って
Man, it sucks for Shin and Sano. They don't know what they're missing with all this good food. One of the guys over in Kofu were eating anywhere near as well as this. Hesuke. As Hijikata mentioned in his last conversation with both Hesuke and myself. It is very sus! Thank you! I'm the only one who thinks that. Victory is not assured, and the campaign itself was becoming a bleak prospect to all those in charge.
心配はいり
No
ませ
need
ん
to
よ
worry.
土方君
Hijikata has an
そう
eye
いっ
for
た手
ensuring
回
that
しが得意
each
で
of his
すから
men was given suitable arrangements. Yeah, you're right. He's always had the next step covered. Especially now that Kondo's back, since he's taking the reins, there's no way we'd lose, right? Kanae, can I have seconds? Of course. Please give me a second. I'll get some for you right away. I stood up and walked to the container of rice, and I scooped a large portion into his bowl. Having him enjoy his dinner enough to ask for seconds made all the effort I'd put into in the kitchen worth it. Here you go. There are plenty of servings left, so don't hold back. Sure thing, thanks. Hakuoki lifted his chopsticks to his mouth with a fresh serving of rice, but then he stopped himself. It was sudden, as if he'd remembered something urgent. What's the matter? Oh. Man, I was just thinking about how much easier life would be if I could just eat my problems away. Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. No, I'm the one who should apologize. I'm sorry if my question made things a little weird. The awkward silence in the room was deafening, and was just as we craved something to break it. Many thanks for this splendid meal. Please excuse me, I must leave now. Oh, so soon? There's more food if you like. Apologies, but my appetite is rather small. Nothing personal. I simply do not eat much. I don't have this black hole stomach like Heisuke and Shin do. Sonnen gathered his dishes delicately and stood up from his seat. Oh, please leave it there. I'll be collecting and washing them later anyway. It's right there, it's fine. Oh no, I am more than capable of handling this myself. Why don't you take this opportunity to rest? Surely when there are dozens of other warriors around, this offer is rarely extended to you as it could become awkward for both sides. Sonnen left the conversation at that, punctuating his point with a quiet exit from the room. As soon as his footsteps were out of earshot, I turned to Heisuke and whispered to him, Hey, Sonnen didn't seem to act any differently. Well, he's not the type of person to show his cards in a situation like this. I have a funny feeling that he knows we're suspicious of him too. Right. Anyway, thanks for dinner. I'll help you clean up. No. Oh no, let me. Why don't you get some rest, Heisuke? That's alright. I'm gonna check on Sonnen anyways. Why don't you just wait here? Okay, here we go. Heisuke picked up a stack of plates and he left the dining room. I sat there patiently, twirling my hair playfully in my fingers before Heisuke returned to me. Welcome back. So, what was Sonnen up to? The way he was been reading through paperwork. Guessing he's reviewing whatever documents he found back at Kodo's house. I see. You think that'll be enough to occupy him from going out tonight? Whether or not Sonnen had a hand in the Fury's murdering spree in Edo was something yet to be determined, but we could take solace that there not be any murders tonight, assuming he was busy within the headquarters as we'd expected. Still can't say for certain. Think it'd be better for us to be safe than sorry. You have a point. Both of us let the subject of the conversation sink in. From there, a silence awkwardly hovered between us. The only sound around us was the busy chirp of insects. With more humidity and warmth came an influx of insects, seeking refuge throughout our compound's vicinity. Hey. Huh? What is it, Heisuke? Since you arrived in Edo, have you had a chance to wander or check out the town? No, not really. In fact, I think the only chance I've had to leave the compounds was joining you and Sonnen to my house. What? Seriously? Come on, it's been years since you've been home. Why don't you live a little and explore? But, but what is there to do? Well, I read a woodblock print. I read a woodblock print the other day about how gorgeous the Hanayashiki and Asakusa is. Supposedly all the flowers are in bloom. You like pretty flowers, don't you? Yes, I am quite fond of flowers, actually. I think there's a theater nearby at Asakusa, too. Why don't you ask one of the warriors to escort you there? Sure, that sounds lovely and all, but why do I have to ask one of the other warriors? Why can't you take me, Hesuke? Well, Hesuke's wide, tender eyes suddenly turned forlorn. After a moment, he laughed self-derisively. You dummy. You know I can't join you. You can only go out once the sun goes down. Hesuke. What words of comfort could I offer him? Of course I'm gonna choose number 2. Come on, why? That's a silly question. Those are silly choices, man. The only person I'd go with is you, Hesuke. The Hanayashiki, the theater. None of that would be as fun without anyone. None of that would be as fun with anyone else. There's no way I'd allow myself to partake in all that fun, knowing you'd be back at the compounds by yourself. Can I? Well, I mean, what the hell could I do about it? I can't change my body. I mean, I want nothing more just to go out with you. The awkward children. Hesuke immediately stopped himself mid-sentence, his voice trailing off before staring at the ground. Actually, never mind. His tone became cold, and he tightened his fist. This conversation must have struck a nerve, and it seemed Hesuke hadn't wanted to continue. Yet again, the room became silent apart from the insects chirping outside the dining room's window. Not to be a downer, but I wonder to myself just how many of these nights I've got left in me. No, Hesuke, don't think like that, man! No! Hesuke possessed an innocence that was slowly giving way to the burden of his gloomy predicament. Back then, he was so warm and jovial. All that was beginning to slip away, which only tugged at my heartstrings with each passing day. I'm sure there are so many. Just look at Sanin. It's been 3 years since he's become a Fury, and he's doing just fine. And if they say that using your power shortens your lifespan, then maybe it won't shorten it as much as you think, Hesuke. You know, I sure hope you're right. No existential thoughts. At last, he seemed to relax and his lips curled into a timid grin. I wasn't sure if Hesuke was genuinely accepting my optimistic outlook or just humoring me. I wanted so badly for him to understand, but I acknowledged that all I could offer him were shallow words of encouragement. No matter how hard I tried, the source of his anguish was foreign to me. I gazed longingly at the stars scattered across the view from the window, and I made a wish. Please, don't let this night end so soon. The sun, the battlefield, or the passage of time itself. I just wish that the things that took Hesuke away from me were no longer an issue. That life would start to give more often than it liked to take. Oh, look, we're into chapter 2. Over 3 months passed since we'd welcomed spring. The only communication we received was a single letter. The Shinsengumi, it read, had suffered an embarrassing defeat against the Imperial Army at Kofu Castle. Later on, this information had proved to be false, as the battle's verdict was yet to be determined. However, Hijikata made it clear to us that they were facing insurmountable odds, and that the conditions of victory were becoming increasingly unfavorable. We held our breaths nervously, waiting for any word of the safe return for our friends and comrades. Until finally, we had our answer. Jeez, we're finally back. Shinpachi really doesn't look that much different. It's just his uniform's changed. Everything else is basically the same. The boys! Phew, geez, we're finally back. Seriously, man, I thought I was a goner for sure this time. Shin, Sanho, you made it safely. Yep, in the flesh, baby. Wait, is it just the two of you who have returned? Where are the rest of the men? Thing is, during the retreat, we all got separated. Uh-oh. I'm sure they'll be fine here any minute now, if they're alive, that is. Harada! Jeez, way to be negative. The Baka Trio? Oh, that... I love that. Wait, so are you saying that the battle was... It's all Kondo's goddamned fault. If he wasn't there, then we could have stood a chance. Whoa! Kondo! Now y'all up in Kondo's business? I have to agree with Shinpachi about this one. For once, I'm pretty torn about what the right thing to do would have been. Both the Nagakura and Harada returned with angered spirits, visibly disturbed by what transpired. I could only imagine what happened in Kofu. Heisuke, has Hijikata returned yet? Not yet. Did anything go down in Kofu? I think we should let Sanan know just in case. We've gotten little to no updates about anything, so I'm sure Sanan's curious about how it all turned out. Sure, let's see where he's at. Nagakura and Harada both slumped, sighing in unison as we made our way to Sanan's study. Oh boy. Noted. All is clear to me now. The events of Kofu were recounted in painstakingly elaborate detail by both Harada and Nagakura. Their side of the story, to our surprise, described a scene far worse than Hijikata originally anticipated. Kondo insisted on spending a prolonged period of time in Hino, his hometown, delaying their convoy's arrival to Kofu Castle. Hino, a rural town located on the edge of Koshu Kaido, beside Busu in Tama. It is located where Hijikata was raised, and it is famous for its inn. As a result, the Imperial Army beat our troops there and swept through the site, fortifying the castle before our men were anywhere near the battlefield. If this hadn't presented enough of a disadvantage, that Satsuma Choshu utilized the same weaponry that handily crushed our forces at Toba Fushimi. Realizing that they may have been marching straight to their deaths, Nagakura and Harada pleaded with Kondo to order a mass retreat. However, Kondo flat out refused, confusing their concern with cynicism. Blah, 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 blah. This act of negligence came at the most heinous of costs, leading to the deaths of hundreds of our men serving with his ill-advised command. Oh my God, Kondo! Did that rest from you being injured damage your brain too? I don't think I could deal with his shit for a second longer. Kondo doesn't have what it takes to lead. True that, if he keeps barking at his men to act like idiots, then soon enough he won't have any men left. Seriously, besides, who needs the Shinsengumi to fight this Satsuma Choshu anyway? Both Hesuke and I looked at one another in surprise as soon as Nagakura said that. Surely, Nagakura and Harada wouldn't leave.
謝らないでください。
Now, normally I would attempt to sway you from such a rash position. However,
すでに心が離れている人を
it would be unbecoming of me to convince you to stay when it seems your heart is already decided. Yes, they are understandably pissed. Like, not gonna lie, I would be pissed too in that kind of situation, though. Like, seriously, you delay them going. You delay yourselves getting there because you want to visit your hometown for no reason when you're in the middle of a freaking war, man. So it's like, I think Kondo's the one who needs to go bye-bye. Bye-bye, Kondo. Kondo needs to go bye-bye. Yeah, right?
お好きにどうぞ
Do as you wish. I advise you, however, not to leave without notifying those for whom you may still have some concern. Man, all we could do is like awkwardly just like sit there and be like, I don't know what to do. Like, we've been here the entire time. Like, yeah, people died. Hundreds of people died for it. Like, seriously, dude, go away. As much as Kondo is that dad figure, like, what he did was a no-no. Big no-no. After offering his counsel, Sonnen nodded curtly and left for his room. Hey Shin, are you seriously thinking of
本
leaving?
当に出ていくつもりなのか
一応近藤さんが戻ってきた後話はするつもりだけど
Well, I have some words for Kondo for sure when he gets back.
佐野さん
And you, Sano?
近藤さんたちには
Well, I do owe a lot to Kondo and Hijikata. I'd love to stick around and repay my debt, but
これから先も
I don't know if I could stomach letting my men fall into the same trap if things don't change around here. I know how much I can still take. Despite the legitimacy of their concern, their departure was dependent on Kondo's willingness to hear them out. It seemed their hearts were set, and no matter if goodwill or nostalgia could convince them otherwise. Hesuke, come with us, won't ya?
Yeah.
What? Oh, the boys want to stick together. Aw. What about me?
はっきり言っちまっていいんだぜ。
You can let it all out. Don't keep these things inside. I mean, they practically force you to drink the water of life against your will.
さすがにもう
But you're fed up with them too, aren't you?
このままここにいたら
Stick around here. Who knows what
見つけられるか
sick shit they'll force you to do. The thought alone makes me gag. Oh, I love the boys. They're so caring. Their invitation to leave clearly struck a nerve with Hesuke, who found himself in a position he had likely never anticipated. His gaze trembled slightly, as if he struggled to find a solid answer, and then he pursed his lips. Yeah, Shin has really lost all faith, that's for sure.
気持ちだけ
Thanks, seriously, I appreciate that.
平介
Hesuke.
二人とも
But you
誤解
guys
してる
seem
みた
to
いだ
have the wrong idea.
俺
No one
無理
forced
や
me
り
to
落ち
drink
水
the
を
water
飲
of
まさ
life.
れたわけじゃねえから死にそうにな
When I was on the verge of death, Sonnen asked me whether or not I had the will to live.
あの薬を飲むって
So it
決
was
めたのは
me.
俺だから
I was the one who decided to drink it. Not Kondo, not Hijikata. Me.
それに
Besides, no one...
俺が死に
There's no way I
そう
could
になるなんて
could leave the Shinsengumi after all they've done for me, especially now that I'm a Fury.
そんなの
What?
土方さんにかけ
You know if you really want to leave, then I can talk to Hijikata for you.
いいんだ
It's fine.
あの時せっ
Not
かく
everyone gets a second shot at life like I did,
この命
so I really want to make it count this time. For now, I'm staying until I decide how to make that happen. Neither Nagakura nor Harada seemed pleased with his response. Both of them scanned him intently. Jeez, you're a real dumbass, you know that? A loyal dumbass, but a dumbass nonetheless. Yeah, he did. That's true.
それ佐野さん
Shut up, all of you. Should be. You of all people should be the last one to call anyone else a dumbass.
何言ってやがんだ
Whatever, man. We extend the invitation out of the bottom of our hearts and you spit in our faces. The banter.
まあ
Man, screw this ignorant prick. Good luck, kid. You're gonna need it, since sooner or later everyone's gonna end up dead here. What? How dare you? The nerve you've got. I love these three.
ところで
Anyway, Kanai,
なんか
got
食うものねえ
anything
か
to eat around here?
ずっと荒木通り
All
だ
that
から
walking we did
腹減っちまったよ
got me famished. Oh, just one second. There are plenty of leftovers for supper, so allow me to prepare them for you.
気が
Whoa,
ついて
you're
ねえ
the
が
best, you know
当
that?
然酒も
And what
つ
would
いてる
dinner
んだよ
be
な
without sake, right? Of course, Shin, of course. No, no sake.
なんだよ
Aw, really?
固いことを
Don't be
言い
such a
なさい
stiff. We made it back in one piece. We deserve a drink.
そうそうちょっとぐら
Yeah,
い
come on. A little gonna hurt, right?
こうやって
I mean, look at it this way. Who knows when the last time we'll be able to drink together will be? Oh, Hesuke. As much as I hated to admit it, Hesuke raised a good point that made it difficult to refuse. Fine, but just a little, okay? I think everyone's a little bit on edge, so the last thing I want to do is cause any trouble.
ありがとうよ
Thanks, Kanai. Heisuke Hirata and Nagakura drank well into the wee hours of the morning. Laughing boyishly over memories between all of them. On the surface, it was an endearing sight, but I couldn't help but notice the veneer of happiness spread thinly over their conversation, as each of them knew it may very well be their last together. In fact, Hesuke seemed keenly aware of this, offering a sly, pensive glance from time to time. Oh, the boys! By the next afternoon, some of the other men arrived. Kondo, Hijikata, Saito, and and Soma all returned with their respective troops. The mood was hushed all around the compounds. Captain of the 3rd Division, the Shinsengumi, his left-handed master of AI. He was temporarily associated with Kashitaro Ito's group under the command of the commander. Nagakura was quick to approach Kondo, hoping to schedule the meeting in which all of his grievances could be properly aired. We waited patiently to see how it turned out when... Alright, y'all, living with everyone has been a pleasure. Please send my farewell to the others. Oh no, it didn't go well, apparently. Oh no. So you weren't able to come to a resolution with Kondo, huh? Nope. Had no idea how hard-headed that guy was, but well, what can you do? Well, that goes for both ways, doesn't it? Breaks my heart to see the two of you leave. Same here. Hell, we wouldn't be anything without the two of you around to guide us. I mean, who could forget when you ate the food off our plate, beat the living hell out of us during training, and forced us into doing chores all day? That doesn't sound good. Doesn't sound like a compliment, dude. Oh, glad you're finally getting the hang of how to banter, Nomura. How about I punch you right in the back of the head so you'll forget all that crap you just mentioned? No thanks, I'm a pacifist. Yukimura, have you happened to see where Todo may have run off to? Shimada, you look so different! I can't! Nomura was, like, in, like, one scene in Kyoto Winds. When it came to, like, the tea brewing thing, and then they wanted the Kanae to do sword fight with them, and then Shin interrupted, and they're just like, oh, great. That was, like, literally the only scene Nomura showed up in. That was it. Or at least as far as I know. He could be like a different route. A little bit more, but... Shimada glanced inquisitively around the room. An officer in the Shinsengumi, as well as a spy with the Watch. He's been with the Shinsengumi from the beginning and has been involved in with all incidents in Kyoto, such as the Battle of the Ikeda. I invited him to join us for the send-off, but all Hesuke said was, "Don't worry about me," and then he left it at that. If you'd like, I'd be happy to summon him. They really are shoved in wherever they can. No need. This won't be the last you'll be seeing of us. But it's all good. Last night we pretty much let out everything we would have wanted to say anyway. Are you sure about that? Hell yeah. It's a small world. Our paths are bound to cross again someday. I'd hoped that Harada was right, but the sorrow in our parting was anything but sweet. Okay. Well, safe travels, you two. Right on. Later. Take care of Kondo and the others for us. Nagakura and Harada grinned warmly, seemingly at peace with their decision to move on with their lives. No, the boys are being split up! I can't, no! I don't want them to be split up, man! Without another word, they turned their backs to us and walked out of the front gate. As I watched them disappear into the horizon, a feeling of melancholy sat in the pit of my stomach. Although the answer to how much longer Hesuke had to live, on account of his affliction, was unknown. I still clung to the hope that, one day, 3 of them would reunite, no longer burdened by the troubles that seemed determined to tear them apart. Above us, the sun was setting, covering the sky with a gorgeous array of orange hues.
あれ
Huh? Hesuke awoke from his slumber, stumbling clumsily into the recently vacated room. You just missed Nagakura and Harada's goodbye.
そっか
Oh man, classic.
なんつうか
Didn't take them too long, did it? Yes, in the mind, they will be neighbors after the war, yes. I can deal with that. You should have been there to see them off.
いや
No, no need. It's not like we're saying
一
so
生の
long
別
for
れって
good.
わけじゃねえし
But what if you are, dude? One sec. If it's meant to be, then I'm sure it won't be the last we'll see of those guys. Oh, I love how optimistic they are. Strangely enough, Hesuke echoed the same sentiment shared by Harada only moments earlier. Perhaps the truth that none of them had any way of truly knowing whether or not they would live to see one another again was a pain not worth admitting. That is true. Instead, they chose to look forward optimistically. A valiant effort, of course, but one that it feared would never come to fruition. Hey, Hesuke, do you really think you made the right choice not going with Nagakura and Harada? Although the secret that Hesuke was alive, let alone had become a fury, was unbeknownst to the public. I was sure that if Hesuke had wanted to, Hijikata would entertain the option of him leaving the Shinsengumi favorably. Sure, we've got a lot of unfinished business around here. Like what? Hesuke went silent, pondering to himself as he scratched the bridge of his nose. You know, I'm kind of worried about someone. If I'd gone ahead and left the Shinsengumi along with Shin and Sono, I'd be abandoning that person. Oh, oh no! Oh no! I can't deal with him. He's so pure! He is so sweet! I don't know if I'd be able to live with myself over something like that. I'd probably regret it until the day I died. Passion glowed in his wide, tender eyes. Staring deeply into them made my chest tighten for some reason, like my heart had been beating twice as fast. Sure, the person Hesuke had been worried about was... me? Ye did! I thought about whom it could have been, and although I may have been overthinking things, something hit me. I recalled an intimate conversation we shared as we left Osaka Bay, following the events of Toba Fushimi. Between joining the gardens of the Imperial Temple, leaving the Shinsengumi, and drinking the water of life, it was a period of change, reflection, and unforeseen consequences for Hesuke. But he confided in me that my presence gave him the confidence to see through it all. So logically, I thought it must have been, the person you're talking about. Is it me? Oh, well, I mean, Oh, look at that shy baby. He's so adorable. Oh. Oh. I can't. This is just too sweet. I can't, man. Oh, oops. Sorry. That was wrong of me to assume. Right? How could it be me, of course? My deepest apologies. I think I may have gotten ahead of myself. How embarrassing.
いや違う
No,
でし
you're not wrong. Huh? Oh. Yes, he blurted it out. Fantastic. Yes. Yes. He admitted it. Oh, so fantastic. Heske's cheeks turned deep red, and he kept his mouth over his hands almost immediately. He stood frozen to the spot, and for a moment, an awkward, ear-shattering silence filled the room. Well then. So, I was right, wasn't I? The person you're worried about is me. Heske scratched timidly at his rosy cheeks, looking extremely uncomfortable as I continued to press the subject until... Oh, I can't. Yeah, well, pretty much, yeah.
そういうことだよ
But why in the world are you worried about me? I'm not going through anything near the level of what you're dealing with, Heske.
俺は別にいいんだ
Don't worry about me. I'm a man and I can still fight. Besides, I'm the one who wanted to join the Shinsengumi. That's my decision. But sadly, the same couldn't be said for
お前
you.
は違うだろ
He's so cute! Oh my god! I can't. I can't deal with it. Heske. Heske had always acted so selflessly. His thoughtful gestures, though flattering, made me feel a tad guilty as he never put himself first. For now, expressing my gratitude would have to do. Thank you, Heske. Your concern means the world to me. Heske's gentle disposition was unlike anyone I'd ever met before. A fact I cherish quite dearly. Say, any idea what Sonen's been up to? Way to ruin it, Heske! You know, I haven't seen him since last night. Really? Oh, jeez, don't tell me you snuck out without telling anyone.
俺ちょっと様子を
I'm
見て
gonna go have a look-see. Are you going to be okay by yourself?
吐き当てたりする
Don't
なよ
patronize me.
じゃあちょっ
If
と
you
だけ
don't
来るわ
mind me, I'll be on my way. Heske had one foot in the door when... Oh no, not again! He slammed to his knees, desperately moaning in pain. Oh no, not again! His hair began slowly turning white, and his eyes were burning savagely with a fiery crimson. Heske? Was this bloodlust? I knew it. Guess I made the right choice not leaving with those two.
正解だったかもな
Heske! It's getting worse! Why do I keep being given these exact three options? Just give him the blood. I knew that offering him my fresh blood would be enough to soothe his excruciating pain. That second to hesitate, I unsheathed my kodachi as Hesuke clawed at his chest uncontrollably. I grimaced as I slid the cold steel across my wrist. Hesuke, drink my blood. But this doesn't hurt me. Just please, for my sake. After giving it a moment of thought, Hesuke wrapped his soft, moist lips around my bleeding wound. What the hell's wrong with me? He muttered to himself sheepishly, sucking the blood from my cut in a gingerly manner. I feel like a monster. Either keep you safe from harm and lose my mind, or let you cut yourself and drink blood like some creep. Oh, Hesuke. Don't think about that right now. Just focus on getting better. Hesuke nodded curtly, facing his head downwards as he sucked with more vigor. After a few minutes, Hesuke's breathing began to steady itself, and the pressure of his mouth lessened. Hesuke! Look at that! Your complexion looks better already. Guess so. Hesuke averted his gaze bashfully, perhaps stuck in a deep loop about his internal dilemma. Are you alright? I drink a lot of your blood. Aren't you feeling lightheaded or anything? Nope, this is nothing. All that matters to me is that I'm able to be there for you when you need me. Hesuke fell silent, nervously biting his lower lip while thinking of something to say. I'm gonna check up on Sanan. Oh, Hesuke, you precious boy. Precious boy. He shot up from the floor, then disappeared from the room as if the place had caught on fire. The Shinsengumi were preparing to depart for Edo, passing through Nagarayama to arrive eventually in Aizu. Right? I know, right? Nagarayama, a city located northeast of Edo, who grew prosperous through their use of travel channels along Edo River and its many canals, is also known for its mirin, a sweet cooking wine. Mirin is very good, I will admit. This news came not too long after the departure of Nagakura and Harada, whose absence still resonated sorely with those of us still faithful to the Shinsengumi. Word of our eventual departure to Aizu came rather unexpectedly, leading to the frantic scramble of many warriors hurriedly preparing for our mass migration. I, too, did my part before it came time to leave. Huh? Hey, Kanai, going somewhere? Yes, I noticed we're short on medical supplies and our stock of medicine, so I wanted to fetch some before we moved to Nagarayama. Ah, gotcha. Well, why don't I tag along with you? What? I mean, are you sure? Hell yeah. Even if I stuck around here, they'd probably shove a broom in my hand and put me to work. Besides... Hesuke stuck an inquisitive glance towards Sanen's room, nudging his nose off to the side. Now that Hichikata's here, I don't think Sanen will be up to any funny business. I think if he's got any.
Good point. And I'd love to have you join me.
Alright, sit tight. Let me make sure I have everything I need before we go real quick.
Oh. After making the rounds at the shops, we'd finally amassed what we needed for our medical stock. We leisurely strolled back towards the compounds. Commotion rumbled on the other side of the street, with crowds of people chanting, "Isn't it great? Isn't it great?" with great fever.
しかしまさかこんなに急いで
Man, never thought I'd see the day when we'd have to rush the hell out of Edo, especially with this social climate.
Right.
俺たち
You know, I wonder what will become of us in the future. Hijikata claims we're heading to Aizu, but
合図で
do we really stand any chance of winning Aizu?
Until recently, our safety under Hijikata's dutiful leadership had never been called into question. But after suffering back-to-back defeats at both Toba Fushimi and Kofu, things were beginning to change. Would we, as Hesky put it, realistically have any chance of victory in Aizu? Perhaps more pertinently, did Hesky have any more desire to fight, especially all the way in Aizu? As we passed a dim alley, Hesky blurted out,
まずい
Ah shit! Kanai, let's hide! Huh?
Hesky yanked my arm, leading me behind a building from which we slowly peeked our heads.
What's going on?
Footsteps echoed ominously in the alley. By the sound of their pace, it was a man and a woman. Was it a rendezvous or something else?
たく
Ugh, my master needs to give it a rest. Always piling on these ridiculous requests one after the other. Who are these people? New people!
ええじゃないか踊り
Lady
してる
told me to
連中
sketch
の餌だろ
100 of those damn isn't it great fanatics for him.
I mean, for a good cause though, right?
そりゃな
Well, yeah, but once you get in the face of one of those ruffians, things can get a little troublesome.
あいつら
Just last week, I heard some of them broke into this simply beautiful home owned by a wealthy family and made a real mess of things.
Well, thankfully we won't have to worry about them breaking into our home then. We've nothing to steal.
もう商売道具
What if those
持って
thieves
きたら
snatched the
どう
supplies I
すんだよ
used to create my work?
紙だって絵の具だって
Ink and parchment don't
ただ
come
じゃないん
cheap,
だぞ
woman.
Hesky stared intently at the couple in conversation, till the two of them were well beyond earshot. He widened his eyes in astonishment before muttering strangely under his breath.
龍之介のやつ
So Ryunosuke's
元
alive.
気だったんだ
That woman he was with.
しかも一緒にいた子は
Ryunosuke Ibuki, a man who had resided with the Shinsengumi in their early days when they had gone by the name Roshigumi. Ooh. Background lore.
Do you know them?
Well, kind of. We weren't close, but I know of him.
感じだったんだ
Then shouldn't you have said hello? We aren't going to be in Edo much longer. You may never get the chance to do so again.
いいんだ
That's alright with me. I mean, everybody already thinks I'm dead.
せっかく
Besides, he looks like he's having a happy, successful life.
今更
It'd be a little off-putting of me, I'm sure, to barge in and remind him of the past. Oh.
Hesky's mood completely soured, sort of how I imagined his reaction to be when Nagakura and Harada announced their departure for the Shinsengumi. But this was different. Whatever inner turmoil he'd hidden beneath the skin was now exposed, and for once, Hesky seemed utterly vulnerable. As if the burden he'd been carrying for so long had finally become too much to bear. Hesky inhaled deeply through his nose and closed his eyes, pausing for a moment before releasing his exhale through his mouth.
Oh no! See,
まだ
here's the
新
thing.
選組にいた頃
That guy used to be one of us in the Shinsengumi, and would get the living hell beat out of him by Serizawa, our former chief. Kamo Serizawa, chief of the Roshigumi, who introduced the Water of Life to the group when they later became the Shinsengumi. He was assassinated by Hijikata for his unruly behavior upon the Aizu's command. Oh, man. Deep stuff, man! Jesus. But even after suffering all that abuse, he'd still insist that if he ever left the Shinsengumi, he wouldn't know if he'd survive outside of it. Watching him deal with that torment every day, struggling to find independence and happiness, reminded me of myself before arriving at Shie Hall. Shie Hall, a dojo in Edo that taught the Tennen Rishin style of swordsmanship. It was owned by Isame Kondo, a fourth generation head. Many of the Shinsengumi studied, trained, or lived there. I did my best to look out for him, but looks like he turned out pretty okay, huh? Man, he was smiling from ear to ear. I noticed something peculiar as soon as Hesuke mentioned the words smiling from ear to ear. Suddenly, a dreary expression covered Hesuke's face, as if he were a child who'd been abandoned to wander through the city alone. Hesuke kept keeping his back facing me, continuing to reminisce. The two of them are probably going to see a lot of crazy stuff happening in this town soon. All that matters, though, is that each of them found someone they can handle all of life's ups and downs with. Must be nice. Who knows? Maybe in a few years they'll even have a cute kid or two. Oh no, Hesuke, no! You're making me sad! Before they know it, that kid will be all grown up. Hopefully when they grow old together, they'll be surrounded by tons of adorable grandchildren. The more I think about it, the more I realize I'll never get to experience anything like that. Hesuke watched his friend rise from humble beginnings to forge a meaningful life for himself outside the Shinsengumi. Yet here stood Hesuke, keenly aware of all that he would stand to miss because of his affliction, unable to partake in the greeting of an old friend. Simple pleasures and milestones alike were becoming increasingly out of reach for Hesuke, who was forced to watch the world turn without him. How much more anguish would he be forced to endure? It tore me apart seeing him like this, so I quietly nestled up closely to him. There was something so comforting and familiar about his scent. You have me. Even if one day everyone else were to disappear, I would still be here right beside you, Hesuke. His back shivered as I ran the tips of my fingers against it. You're making a mistake. I've got no clue how much time I have left. No clue at all. There's nothing for you to gain by staying with me. His tone was derisive. That much I could tell, but it was a reaction that had not required explanation. I'm not staying with you because I expect to gain something from it. Perhaps there was a hint of truth in his cynical claim. It was unlikely he would live for much longer. Perhaps he had interpreted my concern for him as pity, and he had given up fighting the inevitable. Nevertheless, I was determined to support Hesuke. Whether or not he could take this sentiment at face value for him to decide, but you're a real weird one, you know that. At the beginning of our conversation, Hesuke's voice was meek and quivering by the end. It seemed he turned a corner, sharing with me a painful grin. No, but my nose is.
A brisk, gentle air rattled wind chimes around the compounds on the Shinsugumis last night in Edo. A knock upon my door startled me around midnight. Miss Yukimura, are you still awake? Soma? Is that you? Yes, I am. Is everything okay? Visitor is right looking for you. They said they wanted to ask you something. Me? A visitor? Who could it have been? Understandably, I was a little confused, and I cautiously followed Soma to greet my surprised guest. Oh, Kunai! My deepest apologies for disturbing you at this hour. What's going on, Kimikiku? I heard you had something to ask of me? The princess is adamant to arrive here in response to the message you had sent her, but significant time has passed since she left, and as I have had yet to hear from her, I am concerned. Uh-oh. What? You're mistaken. I haven't sent any message to Sen. Wait, how can that be? Earlier this evening, the princess received a letter from Dr. Matsumoto, allegedly on your behalf. Oh no. Uh-oh. What? I assure you, I've sent no letter for Sen. Which means someone may have forged your name in the letter? Someone. But there are only a few people who are aware of Sen's presence in Edo, or even about her connection with Dr. Matsumoto, isn't that right? It's Sanan! Oh no. Indeed, aside from Dr. Matsumoto and some of your members here, the knowledge of her whereabouts has been very discreet. So that means the only other person who knows about her whereabouts are myself, Hesuke, and Sanan. Wait a minute, that's right. Sanan was with us the day we encountered her. He was fully aware of how to reach Sen and where she would be. Just then. Huh? Kanai, that you? And, Kimikiku, was it? I was thinking Kazuma at first too, but Sanan makes sense too. Hesuke stepped into the quiet courtyard, perhaps overhearing our nervous voices increasing in volume. Hesuke, where's Sanan? Last I checked, Sanan was reading alone in his bedroom. Kimikiku, wait here! I'll go check up on him! I ran hurriedly towards Sanan's room, squinting my eyes to make out the hallway through the darkness. When I got to his door, there was no sign of him. It was too late. It seemed he had snuck out of the compounds without any of us noticing. Wah, 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 wah. Kanai, what's the verdict? Did you find Sanan inside? I couldn't find him in his room. Don't tell me. We must reach for him now, and leave no stone unturned. I have a terrible feeling about this. Wanting not to waste a second more, Kimikiku, Hesuke, and I bolted in search of Sanan. The nerve of him to forge my name in order to trick Sen into coming to meet him? Just what could Sanan have been plotting? A creeping sense of dread took hold of me. All I could plead was for Sen's safety to be ensured. A hollow gesture. But what else could I do? After a frustrating yield of no results, the three of us split up to widen our search, but... Damn it, I can't find him. Where the hell did he go, Sanan? Darn, it's almost time for us to meet back with Kimikiku. God, you're right. Just hope she had better luck finding her than we did. Just as Hesuke mentioned the thought, a violent gust appeared out of nowhere, forming into a tall whirlwind. And then Kimikiku stepped out of the gust. How did it go? Any sign of the princess anywhere? Unfortunately not. Were you able to find anything at all, Kimikiku? No luck in finding clues for me either. Hey, SK, can you think of anywhere, any place at all, that you might have gone to? Might have possibly gone to?
Honestly, I have no idea. Knowing him, I doubt he'd take her somewhere he knows we'd think of looking.
Oh no. Suddenly, the panic began to feel very, very real. Whatever purpose Sonnen had for questioning Sen was alarming, but for him to do so in this manner, was all of it a ploy to obtain more crucial information than the Furies from her? That seemed unlikely, given that he hadn't needed to approach her secretly for a reason like that. After a moment, Kimikiku locked eyes with us.
Why don't the two of you return to the compounds for now? You're right. Maybe Sonnen's already made his way back.
Where are you off to from here, Kimikiku?
For now, it is imperative that I continue my search for the princess. Like both yourself and Chikage Kazuma, the princess is a pure-blooded demon, so it's likely that she is at risk from either human or fury hands. But then again, we cannot say for certain. Should any information come my way, I will be sure to notify you at once. Until next time.
Oh, please be careful, Kimikiku. Kimikiku smiled graciously at me in return. With that, she vanished into the nether, leaving a mist-like cloud in her wake.
Man, I hope she finds the Princess Sen soon.
Yeah. Both of us nodded in unison, and we turned around to head back in the direction of the compounds. As we made our arrival, Hesuke blurted aloud,
Hey, Kanai, look! Look who's standing over there!
I glanced in the direction to which Hesuke was pointing, and lo and behold, there stood Sen and Sanane. Two of them appeared to be engaged in a heated argument, but it was difficult for us to overhear.
Wonder what they were talking about. Let's get a little closer.
Okay. Hesuke and I tiptoed as quietly as humanly possible. We were within range of hearing them when Sen suddenly shot an inquisitive glance in our direction, catching us both by surprise. Before either of us had a chance to react, Sonnen took advantage of her being distracted, forcibly grabbing a hold of her to draw her in. What we witnessed next was completely unexpected.
What the heck?!
What? Sonnen fiendishly planted his mouth upon Sen's, forcing her into an unwanted aggressive kiss. Such an egregious act had bewildered me without question. I stood frozen to the spot. Sen attempted to force Sonnen back, struggling to put any distance between the two of them, much less break free from the clutches of his face. However, because of his fingers firmly gripping her arm, she was unable to free herself at all. After the painfully uncomfortable moment, Sonnen had finally separated himself from Sen. As Sen was caught in a violent coughing fit, I saw a thick red beads drip from out of her mouth. Was that blood? Oh no, please, anything but that! Sonnen turned to face us and plastered across his face a mischievous grin that made my hair stand. Oh, Todo and Yukimura, how splendid of you to join us. Taking a late night stroll, I see. Or have you come to witness a true marvel for yourselves? What, you may ask? Why, the marvel of watching her turn into a fury! What?
Did you say a fury? Sonnen, don't tell me she's drank the water of...
Now, no need to leap to any conclusions. What you claim is significantly inaccurate. The water of life is no longer necessary for my purposes. Now the blood that courses through my veins has the very same potency as the water of life. What? Offer my blood to humans has resulted in effects beyond my wildest imagination. Not only do they become furies, but they also heed my every waking order. What did you say? I'm no longer mere fury.
ただの羅刹ではありません。人の世のノリ
I
に
am
とらわれる
unfettered
ことな
by
く
the petty
血を
restrictions
求
of
め
human
続けた
society,
結果
drinking blood whenever I
羅
wish.
刹を超
As a
える
result,
羅
I've
刹
grown
と
more
なったので
powerful
す
than any fury before me.
Yeah, he's gone full vampire, that's true.
I had no idea whether or not Sonin had been telling the truth, but behind his nefarious eyes was an intensity that I had never seen in any previous encounter with a fury. Sen, stay strong! I tried sprinting over to Sen in an effort to check up on her, but Sonin had other ideas.
彼女に気安く
You think I'm going to let you simply walk up and touch her? You're sorely mistaken.
北の地に
A bright,
刻
steady future as the
我
queen
ら
of
羅
our
刹の
fury
国
kingdom
の名
awaits
士と
her.
なってもらう
There's
身
nothing
で
you
すか
can
ら
do to stop it.
What?
A fury kingdom?
そうです
Indeed.
比類なき
Behold,
力
even the
を持った
one of the
純血の
strongest,
鬼
most
さえ
pure-blooded demons
こ
has
の
succumbed
私
to
の
my
前
will.
に膝を
I
屈した
brought her to her knees.
彼女の存
Her
在
mere
は
existence
千
would
の
bring
言
to
葉を
light the
尽くす
sheer
ように
power of the
雄
Furies,
弁に
and anything
我
the
々
worlds
の
could
力を
the
物語
worlds
って
could
くれるで
describe.
しょう
He did what? Sonin, don't tell me you've tainted Sen for the selfish reason of trying to prove how powerful Furies are.
そん
You
な
believe my reasons to be selfish,
ご
do
挨
you?
拶ですね人より
Our kind will
鬼より
soon
優れ
surpass
た
both
我
humans
々
and
が
demons
この
alike,
国を滑るも
and
の
soon
と
we will
なる
conquer the
これ
country
以上
with our
に
new
崇高な
empire.
目的がある
Tell
とで
me,
も
does a nobler cause exist?
さんなん
Sonin, have you gone mad?
あんたおかしくなっちまったんじゃねえのか
Yep, he's gone mad.
私は至って
Quite the
正気で
contrary.
すよ
I am, in fact, I am
理解
perfectly
しても
sane.
らおうとは思い
I
ませ
find
ん
it
が
unsurprising that the two of you would voice your concerns so petulantly.
Oh my god. So now it makes me curious how this route goes when Sonnen is your lover. Like, does he force you into that? Like, oh my god, I don't know.
Hesuke unsheathed his katana out of frustration. The blade trembled in his shaky hands.
There's not a chance I'm gonna let you get away with that. I'll stop you, even if I have to kill you. Apparently, he decided to go a different route. He's mad, that's why.
You plan on stopping me, do you? I'd always taken you for a fool, Toto, but boy, if I hadn't thought it possible for you to take it one step further. Oh my goodness gracious. There would be no challenge in feeding you, even if I have to use... If I only have the use of my left hand, so... Now would be the perfect opportunity to test your incredible powers. Princess, the time is now. I wish to see how those two bleed. Sonin's eerie eyes glowed frighteningly, and he gestured to an increasingly fervent Sen. Who would ever eat your commands? Despite Sonin's best efforts, Sen retained some of her autonomy, wincing through gritted teeth. Her thick head of hair was damp with sweat, which dripped down her forehead and onto her chin. Resisting Sonin's orders was no mean feat, a sight made all too clear by Sen's disheveled appearance. Oh, perhaps I haven't given your demonic powers enough credit. Quite the accomplishment to defy me with such impunity. I eagerly await the sweet taste of punishing you with abandonment, unlike my previous subjects who buckle too easily under the weight of my command.
Oh my god! Why?
Sonnen turned his head and glanced suggessively at us just then. Peeking through the darkness were dozens of tiny red eyes gazing at us. We were surrounded. They were nowhere atop the roof of the compounds. They were everywhere, atop the roof of the compounds, beside shadows on the wall, and within the mansion. How Sonnen had been able to hide, let alone recruit so many Furies, utterly baffled me, and each instance of eyes peering petrified me into a state of shock. Where the hell did they come from? I always thought Kazuma exterminated most of them. Whoever was left died after the Battle of Fushimi. And then when we found those other two murdering people in the street, right? Sonnen, don't you dare tell me you've been turning the innocent people of Edo! Turning? No, my friend. Gifting. I resurrected them and granted them powers beyond compare. Sonnen's eyes glimmered eerily behind his thick frames, grinning in pride as he admitted his act. For him, there was nothing to apologize for, as apparently all along had been his intention to inflict the world with this vial of affliction. I trusted you, god damn it. I respected you. Unlike me, who is too easily swayed by emotion, you were always level-headed. I looked up to you. You were dictated by reason, by moral conscience. Well, now we get to see something new. I'm seeing all this for the first time, so. We trusted you. I thought you were the one who would help us make something out of the Shinsengumi. But now, no matter what happens, I will never forgive you. Hesuke was enraged, fighting back tears as he spewed all of his pain at Sonnen. Ever since we moved to Kyoto, we made a promise. For 5 years, we protected the people of Kyoto. So what? Now you're going to throw away everything you stand for? All that means nothing to you? Hesuke's incensed screaming made me flinch nervously, but Sonnen barely even lifted his eyebrows. How easily I've forgotten. My life as a human, that is. How desperate you are that you cling to the past so hopelessly. How long do you think that sentiment will carry you, boy? After delivering his icy retort, Sonnen turned once more to face Sen. May have some more time is necessary before I adore the lovely demon princess with the marriage she so aptly deserves. Farewell. Far be it from me to deny her lengthy courtship. What the princess wants, the princess gets. Wait, Sonnen! Someone help us, please! Harada Nagakura, please! Come back! Hesuke darted towards where Sonnen stood until a troop of vehement furies blocked his path. God damn, you guys! Get the hell out of my way! Hesuke swung at them boorishly, hoping they'd fan away. Hesuke. However, the sheer volume of troops made navigating the path impossible. Each of them returned Hesuke's angered gesture with baiting strikes and shoves. Hesuke! In hopes of supporting Hesuke, I unsheathed my Kodachi, but... For every fury hacked down by Hesuke, 2 more would instantly appear in its place. Sonnen watched Hesuke struggle with glee, sticking his tongue out as the pungent sting of blood filled the air. Once more, he turned to look at Sen. As their eyes locked, Sen's body suddenly went limp. She dropped to the floor unconsciously. Sonnen lowered himself, lifting her up to his shoulder. What a pleasure has been, Todo. Hopefully you live to make our next acquaintance. Unless you let go of that childish naivety, making a fool out of you will be guaranteed until the day it kills you, even if you come at me 100 times. A wall of furies blocked our sight of Sonin and Sen, creating an impenetrable blockade.
Out of the way, you bastards! Come on, we gotta go after them!
Each swing of Heske's blade produced a lucrid splatter of blood drenching him from head to toe. Don't let the blood get to you! If you get bloodlust, you'll...
What are you joking? That's impossible. There's too many of them! Damn it! Damn it! God damn! Why am I so...
Heske began to shriek out of frustration. A cacophony of his steel blades splitting flesh and cracking bones echoed throughout the courtyard. Oh, poor Heske. Heske fought relentlessly against a seemingly endless tide of furies, each one yelping as their lifeless corpses dropped to the ground. Soon it seemed everywhere we looked, dismembered limbs oozing with blood were scattered. The nauseating scent of blood had clung to every surface in sight, and Heske stood in the middle of it. I couldn't get to them in time. Heske was bathed in blood, a grotesque image made worse by the unescapable feeling of failure. Sorry, Kanai. I couldn't save your friend. Heske. I shook my head. Don't worry about that. There wasn't much else I could say. All the fury strewn across the blood-soaked ground, they lived ordinary lives. None of them were criminals, or thieves, or any number of epitaphs that perhaps are used to justify their needless suffering. Just innocent people whose ambitions and dreams were crushed by the will of one despicable being. And now, they had their lives taken at the end of Heske's sword, which still dripped with blood. It seemed impossible to believe this sentiment escaped someone so affable and kind-hearted as Heske. I bet that sometime in the future, this is how I'm going to end up too. No! Heske. I killed innocent people. That I should live and they could not is something I'll never get over. So goddamn selfish. Heske was determined to tear himself apart, one painful realization at a time. His shoulders slumped, covered in a thin layer of film forming from the drying blood. Never had I seen him so disheartened by the act of killing. His heart seemed so heavy, worn by the unshakable guilt that his powers were more potent in taking lives than in protecting his own. Once this stuff takes my life too, I don't doubt that the only place left for me is hell. Escape. Just stop it! Stop talking, alright? I grabbed a hold of Heske's sleeve and interrupted his self-deprecating tirade. I began sobbing uncontrollably. Why did Hakuoki of all people in the world have to suffer so much agony? No matter what anyone says to you, Hakuoki, none of this is your fault. You know that more than anyone else. I understand this of you. So please, don't put all the blame on yourself anymore. Kanai. Hakuoki murmured my name once. Then, together we basked in the silence, waiting for the dawn to erase the traumatic night from memory. I should stop, but I don't want to. I want to continue. I'm not even tired.
But I know I should stop. Because I don't know how long this is. Oh, God.
Hesuke and I set off for Aizu, hoping to give chase to Sanin, who by this point had revealed himself as an unlikely foe to our cause. Throughout our journey, we were met by rumors of mysterious, gruesome murders. Whether or not the victims included men or women, young or old, they all shared a single thread: the gratuitous disfigurement of the abandoned bodies. At one point, we encountered one of the murdered victims ourselves, witnessing a body punctured by stab wounds and decomposed beyond recognition. Our worst fears had been realized, it seemed, and I shuddered to think how many of these poor, innocent people were forced to drink Sanin's blood. We were left to wonder, why had he set off on this malicious quest? Just what had he hoped to achieve? This Fury Kingdom, as he described, established this secluded northern part of the country. Was all of it worth the bloodshed? After weeks of following Sanin's river of blood, Hesuke and I found ourselves at Aizu. Unfortunately, we were greeted with somber news. The Shinsengumi's campaign in Aizu proved fruitless. Their forces were depleted, relenting to the indomitable will of the Imperial Army who'd taken Shirakawa Castle. Shirakawa Castle, the fortress at the center of the Shirakawa domain. Over 3 months of intense warring occurred here between the Imperial Army and the Shogunate during the Boshin War. Whew! This is intense. The Aizu domain was ruled by Katamori Matsudaira, the Kyoto military commissioner. Katamori Matsudaira, the 9th generation daimyo of the Aizu domain. He holds the position of Kyoto military commissioner. He supported the Shinsengumi. He and the rest of the Aizu had faithfully served as allies of the Shinsengumi, stretching back to their early years in Kyoto. The Aizu offered us a place of safe refuge, and it was with their cozy halls that Hesuke and I reunited with familiar faces.
Glad to see you two made it out all right. Can't say the thought of you two knuckleheads ending up dead didn't cross my mind. What a relief. What are you talking about, Hijikata? I'm a fury. I won't be taken down so easily. Hajime and Shimada too. You don't know how happy I am to see your faces right now. Right back at you. Seriously, you two. Brings a tear to my eye seeing both of you alive and well. Although hope is dwindling currency at the moment, the encouraging thought of your survival is a sign that we must persevere. I can read, I promise. Everyone's enthusiasm at our arrival was a sight to behold. It was a truly heartwarming feeling, but... Hijikata? I don't mean to change the subject, but on our travels I came across a tile block that read, well, it mentioned that Kondo had... The word struggled to form in my mouth, and without wanting to continue, I gulped nervously. Hijikata, however, already seemed cute into the subject I wanted to address. His eyes thinned in melancholy. It's true. There was nothing I could do to save him. Believe me, I tore the town apart, pleading with all of those old shogunate hacks to see what they could do. And so, Hijikata confirmed what I'd hoped was simply a terrible rumor. On May 20th, Kondo was sentenced to death by way of decapitation upon the Itabatsu execution grounds, the demoralizing end of our once beloved leader.
A humiliating form of execution that involves the forced removal of the head with an enormous sharp blade. Nope. Although he had insisted, or supposedly begged, them to let him commit seppuku, his request was denied. The act of disemboweling oneself, which carried weight in society as a ritualistic form of suicide, therefore preserving the honor of one's name while simultaneously acknowledging the depths of one's sins. For Kondo, who committed himself to a code of standards far exceeding others in his position, this was all but the destruction of his legacy. Soma and Nomura had originally embarked on a diplomatic mission to petition for Kondo's pardoning, but they have not been heard from since. All I could hope was that they too were safe. So, what now, Hijikata? Haven't all these campaigns been organized to position Kondo for candidacy as a daimyo? Damn, way to kick us while we're down. Can't burn through Kondo's dreams like that. There's nothing else to lose, kid. Time to fight until they drag our bodies from under the collapsed rubble. Guess so. Looks like that's our only option, huh? That's something I want to take you two to look at. Hijikata let out a bitter sigh, pulling from his sleeve a thin, rolled-up piece of parchment. This is a copy of letters sent by the Sendai domain in the Aizu domain. Sendai domain, a large and influential domain in the northeast governed by Yoshikuni Date, an opposition daimyo, leader of the Northern Alliance. Hijikata unrolled it before giving it to Hesuke and me. Its contents were rather telling, if not worrisome. No reason to serve the Emperor of Japan, huh? Man, with signatures from domains all around Sendai, too. A title bestowed upon the Meiji government prior to the end of the Boshin War that focuses on reinstating the emperor as the supreme force of governance. It was created by the Satsuma Choshu forces. Wait, does this mean that the resistance has no desire to make peace? They aim to fight against the Imperial Army alongside the Shinsengumi until the end? Yep, you guessed it. The Sendai is formed what they like to call the Northern Alliance, which at the moment includes the Aizu and some of their nearby domains. Nice. Northern Alliance, the military and political coalition between the Mutsu, Dewa, and the Echigo domains, formed with the intent of fighting against the Empire of Japan. It was led by the Sendai domain. I think they're passing this around, as Hesuke said, to gather signatures to see who's on board. I mean, it's good to hear that we're not alone, but why do you want to show this to us? The last line. Read it. All those who serve the Empire of Japan are forfeit? My eyes followed the words as Hesuke read them, aloud, but he made his way to the end. He froze up. What's the matter, Hesuke? The letter shook in Hesuke's trembling hands, rattling the parchment in an unsettling sound. Suddenly, he found it hard to enunciate, struggling to say the name of the letter's author. Signed, Warrior of the Sendai Domain, Keisuke Sonic. Of course. Welp. What? It was Sonin who authored this letter? This stunning revelation knocked the wind out of both Hesuke and myself, who in this moment found no appropriate words that could convey our shock. How that little rat snuck into the Sendai domain, I've got no damn clue. Obviously, this is trouble because it means he's somehow managed to gain the Sendai's trust. That bastard Sonin served as the Shinsengumi's colonel.
We created this beast. Now we gotta take care of it. Duty is as duty does.
Well, right now my biggest priority is locating where Sen could be. So if that means somehow getting in touch with Sonin, that's what I must do.
Well, kid, I'd love to lend you a hand. But we're taking orders from the Aizu now, which means we can't lift a finger unless the command comes from the top brass out here. The Shinsengumi up and left for Sendai. It looked mighty suspicious.
As if we hadn't been deflated enough. Hijikata carried a limp with him as he moved about the room, an injury sustained while on the battlefield. Being immobilized by disability meant that Hijikata was forced to defer leadership on the front line to Saito, making their trip to Sendai all the more unlikely. No luck ever seemed to find us.
Gotcha. Now that you brought me here, it all makes sense.
土方さん
You want me to head for Sendai, don't you?
What? There was a strong sourness to Hesky's loaded question, enough to make my heart pound.
To someone else, Son and I have been dead, buried, and dusted a long time ago. So the reason why you're telling all of this to me is because you think only a dead man can get to Sonin. Fury for fury, is that right?
Hesky, no! I refuse to believe that Hijikata was as cruel as Hesky seemed to suggest. Desperately, I glanced at Hijikata, hoping he would refute Hesky's implication without a shred of doubt. Yet again, my hopes were dashed.
Ah, real sharp of you. Hit the nail on the head. Oh my god! No! Your orders to take out Sonin at any cost, including your life. Do I make myself clear?
Hijikata! I couldn't help but scream at him. How could he? How could Hijikata? He possessed no idea of what Hesky experienced, how he nearly killed himself defending against Sonin and his never-ending army of ravenous furies. Nor had he seen Hesky's expression as I did, after he was forced into a vicious murdering spree, coated in a cascade of blood that threatened his sanity. If only Hijikata knew what I had known. Hijikata's order would have never been a question. That's not fair! It's not fair to put the burden on stopping Sonin upon Hesky's shoulders alone! What, do you want Hesky to die? Huh? Do you? I found myself panting, nearly out of breath, as I shouted Hijikata before I felt Hesky's gentle hand rest upon my shoulder.
That's enough, Kanai.
But Hesky!
I said enough.
He shot me a stern glance, and suddenly, my lips zipped shut. Hesky nodded, then turned to Hijikata.
Either way, I have some words to repay Sonin for what he's done. If you think that I'm only fit for the choice, then I have no choice but to abide.
Hesky, whose eyes normally glowed with a doe-eyed charm, was stoic. A far cry from the man I had grown to admire.
Well, if there's nothing else, I'm gonna prepare.
His hand curtly lifted itself from my shoulder. Without his weight, I suddenly felt uncomfortable. Hesky, wait!
Enough, Yukimura. Give the man some peace.
Hijikata, you're so mean! Jesus Christ. Hijikata interrupted me coldly, his voice dripping with derision. I spun on my heel to face him. Hijikata hadn't wanted Hesky to die either. Or, at least I'd hope not.
Look at you. The Shinsengumi can't afford to spare a single man after what's happened. Leaves Hesky as the only person capable of moving around without someone keeping tabs on him, since he's not only dead, but a fury.
Is that it? Is that the only reason you're sending Hesky off?
As much as it pains me to say it, he's the only one with any shot of taking down Sonin on his own.
On his own? He's leaving for Sendai on his own. He has to deal with his affliction on his own. And now, he must take down Sonin on his own. Sonnen is the one who saved Hesuke's life during the Aburano Koji incident.
他に方法があるんならそっちを
If there were any other options,
それができ
then
ない
I'd be all ears. But there aren't. Gotta face up to the fact that there isn't much we can do here, kid.
Hijikata, do you really think Hesuke has any chance against Sonnen? For a minute, Hijikata didn't respond. Surely even Hijikata was aware that he was potentially sending Hesuke off to an unceremonious death. Then, if Hesuke was going to be coerced into accepting a mission to his death, if it meant that, should I remain behind, I would never see him again. Then I beg of you, allow me to join him.
お前は
You?
Yes, I have a mission too, and that's to save Sen from Sonnen's clutches. Beyond that, I couldn't live with letting Hesuke off on his own, on this path alone. Hijikata stared blankly into my eyes, scanning me with an intense gaze that made me shiver. Without blinking, though, I stared back in return. As our battle of wills continued, a deafening silence filled the room until Hijikata shut his eyes, seemingly beaten by my determination for letting out a deep sigh.
You know,
もともと
here's we
お前は
wanted you to
体内
stay
に
with
留め
us
置
to
いた
help locate Kodo's
東堂
whereabouts.
さんの行方を探すためだ今となっちゃ
But I guess
お
for
前を
now, there's no
連れ
reason
て
for
お
you
く
to stick
理由は
around.
いや
Or maybe there was never a reason for you to stick around at all.
So you're saying?
今まで悪かった
Sorry for the trouble, kid. You're free to go. Oh. Hijikata! God damn it.
平助のやつ
Just
が
pull
や
the
けっぱちに
reins
な
on
らねえ
Hesuke
よう
every now and then.
うまく手
Keep him in
綱
check.
を取ってくれ
No.
Well, thank you so much, Hijikata. Really, you have no idea how much this means to me. A warm relief trickled throughout every inch of my body, and I bowed and prostrate out of instinct.
礼には及ばねえさ
Alright, no need to for the show. Just don't die on me, got it? It goes for both of you. Aw, Hijikata, you're actually nice. Okay, I like you again.
Once more, I bowed in front of Hijikata, touching my forehead to the ground out of respect. With that, Hijikata nodded and I left the room. It was unlikely that I would ever cross paths with any of the Shinsengumi men again, but even so, I had no regrets. At the very least, were I to join Hesuke on his journey, he wouldn't have to die alone. A sombering thought, but one that brought me a strange comfort. I bolted in the direction of Hesuke's room when... Oh no! Hesuke? I heard a scream and I rushed to slide his door open. There he was. Damn it! Not again! He was tucked into a ball, leaning his back against the wall as he clawed at himself in desperation.
Why am I being given all these choices? I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it, man. I can't.
There was no time to waste. I pulled my kodachi from a scabbard on my hip, made a deep cut along the vein of my wrist. Hesuke, here! Take my blood!
But
Hesuke peeked at my bleeding wrist from the corner of his eye, quickly looking away in denial. Please, you have to consume my blood! What are you going to do? Just suffer here?
you're right. I've gotta follow Ishikata's orders, don't I?
good night. Without any more resistance, Hesuke wrapped his supple lips around my freshly opened womb. I'm
ごめん。
oh, really sorry. Please, there's no need to apologize. I'm fine. His tongue circled laps around the spots where blood had trickled, licking with intensity like a parched wolf drinking from a pool of water. His lengthy sips pinched my wrist, shooting a little pressure of the length of my arm, calming his breath. Honestly, in spite of the pain, I'd felt only relief. Relief that, somehow, I could soothe his agony. Whatever the circumstances were, being able to provide some form of comfort was the best feeling of all. After what felt like an eternity, Hesuke's seizure finally seemed to have calmed itself.
悪いな。
I'm sorry.
いつもいつも
I'm
面
really
倒くさ
such a
くて
bother, aren't I?
だけど
Well, at least it'll probably be the last time you'll ever see me like this.
これが最後か。
No, it won't. Oh, about that. I decided to embark to Sendai with you, Hesuke.
Oh, his eyes! That scared me.
Hesuke's jaw dropped.
一緒に
With me?
どうして
Why? What do you mean, why? Sen's with him too. I need to save her. More than that, there's no way I could let you go on that trip alone.
土方さんはなんて
And what'd Hijikata say?
あの
There's
人
no
が
way
そんな
he'd
こと
approve
言う
that.
わけねえだろ。
He already approved it. All you said was to look out for you, make sure you're safe. This caught Hesuke off guard. His eyes widened at the thought of Hijikata approving anything. Hesuke's expression was darting in every which direction like a concerned animal. But eventually...
ダメだ。
No, you
一緒に
can't.
連れて
I
行く
can't
わけ
take
に
you
はい
with
かね
me.
え。お前は土方
Just
さん
stay here
と
with
一緒にいて
Hijikata.
くれ。
Huh? This hadn't been the reaction I was expecting. Suddenly my heart sank into the pit of my stomach.
何度も言わせる
Don't
な
make me say it again.
お前
I
を
can't
連れて
take
行
you
くわ
with
けに
me.
はいかねえんだよ。この間
Don't
三男さん
you
と
remember
戦
how
った時
horrific
の
that
こと
battle
覚え
with
てるか
Sonnen was with Sonnen when we last saw him?
俺の力
No
じゃ
idea if I got what it
あの人
takes to
が
stop
勝て
him,
るかどう
so...
かは
Well, even more reason for me to watch out for you, right? Hesuke, if you keep using your fury powers, or become injured beyond what you can regenerate, you might...
だからって
What the hell makes you
お前
think you
が
could
ついて
do
きて
anything
どう
about
って言
it?
うんだよ。
Well, it's true. On the battlefield, there's nothing I'd be able to offer you. If we work alongside Kimikiku, then surely all of us could come up with a strategy against Sonnen, right? If we could put our heads together, then there's no way we could lose, so... Coming up with a coherent thought to convince Hesuke proved difficult, and he refused to look at me in the eye. For a moment, he kept his lips shut, nervously twiddling his fingers before going into a murmur. You're nothing like me,
俺と
though.
は違うじゃねえか。
Huh?
お前は
Sure, you might be a demon,
か
but
もしれねえ
you
けど
blend in with everyone else. You could basically live your life as a
この
regular
先も
person, right?
普通の人間として生きていけるんだろう。いつ灰になって
Like me,
消え
who's
ちまうか
basically
わ
got
から
a
ねえ
sword
俺
dangling over my head to, like, turn to ashes. Hesuke tightly gripped his chest, as if his hand were clutching his heart directly, and then averted his defeated gaze towards the ground. Hesuke. Whereas normally, even in the most adverse of circumstances, Hesuke's face was cherubic. He seemed completely broken. He inhaled deeply, pausing for a quiet moment. Then he exhaled to calm his anxiety.
三男さん
I'll take care of Sonnen.
勝ち目は薄
The
い
odds
か
don't
も
look
し
too
れねえ
great, but
けど三男さんを道連れに
if I'm
して
gonna
あの世に
die,
行くことぐらいな
you
ら
better
できるかもしれない。
damn believe I'm gonna take Sonnen with me. What do you mean by take him with you?
そうだろ
Huh? Don't you remember Son's words before he got away? He said it's up to me to stop being so naive. Or that no matter how many times I try, I'll never beat him. The only way I have any shot at killing him is to release my fear of death. And to let it go. All go. Why are you so willing to die, Hesuke? Trying to justify his reasoning to myself was a task, as I refused to accept or even entertain the idea of Hesuke dead at the end of this mission. He was so youthful, with so much left to live for. He'd persevered his positivity in spite of becoming a fury, which was more than anyone could expect. Willing to die. Open your eyes, I'm as good as dead. There are times when my bloodlust got me, tearing my hair out. I can barely hold it together. Pretty soon, I'm gonna be just like those Fury Corps members we'd found in the alley, mindlessly murdering people till my hunger is satiated. So just go on. Forget about me. No! I don't want to forget you, Hesuke. How should I respond? Are you serious right now, dude? Hesuke, are you serious?
しょうがねえだろ
Look, I can't help any of this. It's not like I want to die either, but...
戦っても
So none of that will matter. It's not up to what I want. I'm gonna die, and that's the truth.
たった一人で
I was given orders to take Sonic down on my own. Imagine that this is what I was destined for after drinking the water of life isn't easy, but... What else could I do? All the motivational bullshit in the world can't save me at this point.
だけど
Even more,
もし
if I can't protect you, what if he harms you? Then what am I supposed to do? Although I wanted to tell him that I had readily accepted the idea that I may die as well, I quickly shut my mouth. How ignorant of me to disregard the value of my life when Hesuke was struggling to keep his own. Please, spare me your pity.
お前はどこにで
Now
も
you're
行けるじゃねえ
free.
か
You can go anywhere you want. You aren't stuck with me anymore.
化け物になっちま
Why
った
don't you
俺の
just
ことなんて
let me be?
さっさと
Can't you
話
see
し
me?
ろ
I'm becoming a monster already? Hearing him express such hurtful sentiments made my heart heavy. I refused to listen any longer. So my hand at his face, catching him by surprise. Oh! Oh! Yes! Good. I was hot with emotion, but all my mind could focus on was how badly my hand throbbed after striking his cheek. I choked, tears swelling behind my eyelids, equal parts furious and devastated. Don't patronize me! I'm not pitying you! You're right, Hesuke. I'm not a fury. So as far as understanding where you're coming from goes, I have no frame of reference, but... Never once had I thought of you becoming a monster across my mind! So if you think I'm going to abandon you just like that, think again! Kanai. I don't want to give up. Before I knew it, tears were streaming down my cheeks. I don't want you to die, Hesuke. All I want is for us to find a way to save our lives together in peace. Is that too much to ask? Hesuke was silent for a moment, but eventually, if such a way really existed, Sonic would have found it by now. Tell me what you plan on doing if I can barely hold myself together. If I leave to find him now, then my legs might just buckle under the pressure. Then I'd be right there to support you. Yeah, and what if, when my hands reach out to grab you, they turn to ash? Then my hands will be right there to grab you, Hesuke. There's no ploy to comfort or cheer him up. But if, by some divine miracle, my words got through to him, my duty would be done. Hesuke's precocious eyes were on the verge of tears. His eyelids trembled, and he was fighting them back from blubbering completely. You fool. damn fool.
こんな状況でどう
Mind
してそんなに
cluing me in on how you're so damn optimistic when all the signs point otherwise? Cause, look at us. You're standing right in front of me. Every time we find ourselves alone, no matter what, we can be honest with each other and communicate. How could I give that up? I would ruin me. Just ruin me. It would ruin me. Just ruin me if you died, Esuke. Kanai. Esuke sighed in relief, grinning widely from ear to ear. It was the same endearing expression I'd become familiar with prior to his transformation. It's hard for me to be as positive as you. I mean, it's still beyond me to think there's a way to reverse the effects of human fury. With you by my side, I feel like it's still possible. Give me the faith I need to believe. With a delicate touch, Hesuke nudged the surface of my cheeks, wiping my flowing tears. And then... maybe I'll give life another shot, just for you. Oh, oh no, that's too cute. Ugh. Later that evening, Hesuke and I made our departure from Aizu. We were careful to avoid detection, sneaking out quietly down the forested trail to approach the border between the Aizu and Sendai domains. There, we had encountered the last person I had expected us to see. Ah, a humorous coincidence to find you two here. Kazuma, the hell are you doing here? Kazuma's eyes thinned, pursing his lips nonchalantly as he turned to look in the direction of the Sendai castle. It came to my attention that a group of troublesome fakes were attempting passage in the Sendai region, so I took it upon myself to see what the fuss was about. As in Furies? This must have been Sonin's doing, no doubt. To think that they had raised enough commotion to alert Kazuma was worrying, given that he hadn't interfered with Fury business unless it was serious. Just what was happening in Sendai? The numerous horrifying possibilities came to mind. I suddenly conjured the image of a smug Sonin, surrounded by a legion of obedient, bloodthirsty Furies. Your kind will always find a new low to stoop to. I am still bound, albeit begrudgingly, to the promise I made to Sen, so acknowledge this token of mercy and listen well. If more fakes are produced, it will inflict punishment more painful than anything you can imagine. No, you idiot! Stop jumping to conclusions just for 1 minute! Hesuke, calm down. Kazuma's not exactly receptive to threats, so watch yourself unless you want to get into a fight. So then, which of you wants to explain? Why are you here and not with the rest of those Shinsengumi dogs? Whether or not Kazuma could be trusted with this information was unclear to me, but since he had been regularly engaged in correspondence with Sen, I figured he didn't harbor any immediate intentions of doing us harm. Or, at the very least, we shared a similar goal: to prevent Sonin from spreading this terrible affliction to innocent people before it was too late. I took a deep breath. I'm going to take a chance. You see... And so, I plainly recounted all that Hesuke and I discovered in our last encounter with Sonin. So you mean to say that Faye kidnapped her? That she is held hostage to that lecherous scum? Mm-hmm. Explain yourselves. How could you let that happen? Just execute you here and now for your insolence. Hey, we had no idea it was coming. I mean, we're still reeling from the fact that Sonin would go so far to betray us in the Shinsengumi.
You're absolutely certain that this Sonin is the man behind creating the fakes in Sendai? Mm-hmm. We sure are!
Yes, we have strong reason to believe so.
I will take you for your word.
Without saying goodbye, Kazuma turned his back to us, walking in the direction of Sendai. Wait! Where are you going, Kazuma?
What an idiotic question. I am making my leave for Sendai, where I will humiliate and torture this leader of the fakes, as well as each of his underlings. Right? He has no room to talk, but...
Suddenly, Hesuke perked up and his face immediately scrunched in his concern.
Ah, so you've noticed. Not bad for a fake. Well, obviously, I'm not stupid. It'd be impossible to miss. The fact they smell like blood must mean...
Kazuma and Hesuke reached for their katanas reflexively, almost in unison. I was unaware of what they were talking about then.
Alright, who's hiding? Show yourselves. We know you're here. There.
Without waiting for an answer, Hesuke lunged toward the grass, swiping at the knoll in front of him.
Ugh, decisions. How distasteful to stain my sword with the blood of this filth, but allowing them to live would be unforgivable sin. So be it.
Hesuke and Kazuma butchered each of the Furies, one after the other in cold blood.
These are probably assassins sent by Sonin, aren't they? A likely assumption. More like a cautionary procedure to kill anyone stepping in the vicinity of the Sendai region. Yes. Yes. That's the only way Kazuma... I will like Kazuma is that's what he does.
What? Just then,
Bastard!
when the Fury stabbed earlier by Hesuke, had stood up, attempting a feint attack from behind. Hesuke, watch out behind you! Hesuke turned to look over his shoulder, shifting his feet in anticipation of the attack. The Fury was quicker to draw, its red eyes thinning ominously. Just then, the crack of slashed wind cut through the air.
Heck yes, please!
Suddenly, the Fury halted in its tracks. Hesuke wasn't about to let this opportunity slip.
Oh, please tell me that was Harada. Please! I must have Harada back.
The Fury's mouth gurgled with blood, then his body hit the floor with a dull thud.
Ah, Kimigiki, that makes more sense. But I was so hoping for Harada, but that's okay.
Well, I am no stranger to how talented the swordsmen of the Shinsengumi are.
As
As they say, never count your chickens before they hatch. Please be more careful next time.
That voice.
Kimikiku, it's you!
It's been a while.
Kanae. Todo. When Hesuke and I originally left Edo, I'd sent a letter addressed to her through Dr. Matsumoto, but few opportunities to get in contact with her arose following our departure. I was investigating the status of Sendai, the city, when I noticed the movement of several Furies heading in this direction. Part of me worried that it could be you, and as luck would have it, I saw you through the brush. It It brings my heart warm to see you safe. I wanted to share in Kimigiku's elation that we were safe, but I worried about something more pressing. Just looking at her induced a crushing feeling of guilt. Kimigiku? I recounted this in greater detail in my letter, but Sen is...
存じております。
I am aware. However, her fate is not your
あなた方だけの
responsibility.
責任ではありませんわ。
Her fate is not your responsibility. Oh my god, no, there hasn't really been typos until this moment. No! If I hadn't left the princess's side, none of this would have ever happened.
あんなことには。
What? No, Kimigiku!
お前一人が
Anything
居合
you
わせたところ
may
で
have
何
done
ができる
alone
わ
would
け
have
では
produced the same results.
そうは
Know
決
your
まら
place, bitch. Kazuma delivered a biting critique, one that seemingly struck a nerve with Kimigiku, who gnawed on her lip.
おい風間
Hey, Kazuma, there's no need to take it that far.
お気遣いありがと
Your
うござい
concern
ま
is
す。
kindly appreciated, Toto.
ですが、
But he's right.
彼の言う通りですわ。口惜しい
As
です。
painful as it is to admit, I
私の力
alone
では
would
あ
have
の
been
サンマン
powerless
という
against the
男を
forces
刺激
assembled
す
by
る羅刹には
Sanin,
叶いません
which
から
now outnumber us considerably. Kimigiku.
貴様が知っている
Out with
限
it
り
then.
構わ
Report
ない
everything you know of the situation in Sendai to me.
あの男、
That man,
Sanin
Sanin, has
has
somehow
corrupted
corrupted the lords of the
敵兵や
domain,
罪人として
has
処刑
spread
され
his
る予
blood
定
to
だった者
countless
に
soldiers
己
and
の血
criminals
を与え
sentenced to execution.
その者たちを
Thus he
羅
has
刹に変え
preyed
て
upon
支配
enough
としているよう
vulnerable
です。
souls to cultivate an alarmingly large militia, an army even.
おそらく彼
The
の
numbers
手
are
勢は
almost double what he
新選組
possessed
に
while
い
he
た頃の
under the
数倍
order of the Shinsengumi. Dare I
数十倍に
say,
膨れ上がってい
it
る
may even be 10 times as much. For disappearing, Sanin left us with a vague threat, one I hadn't put much belief in. His goal was to head north, forging the territory for a kingdom of furies backed by his formidable army. An unwieldy and ambitious claim, no doubt. But now, a palpable fear began to set, as Kimigiku's report described that his lofty task was within reach. What about Sen? All we know is that he had abducted her. Were you able to get any idea where she could be?
姫様は今
The princess is currently imprisoned in Sendai Castle.
お助けしようと
Despite
思
my
ったん
best
ですが
attempts, the castle is well
城は多くの
fortified.
羅刹に守られ
Furies
て
as far as the eye can see. There's no chance for me to make a close approach. No!
姫様は数少
Thankfully,
な
the
い
princess is a
純潔の女
pure-blooded
を
demon.
落ち水を飲
Even
まされ
with
たと
his
はいえ
tainted blood,
そう
she has
簡
yet
単
to
に
show
消去
any
をしよう
signs
と
of
は思いません
insanity. But there is no
体力と精神力
precedent
が
to
い
the
つも
harm
あ
it
ります
may do to her body and mind while we wait.
急ぐに越
So
した
we'd
こと
better get a move on, shouldn't
と
we?
いうわけだ。薄汚い
His wanton disrespect to a noble, pure-blooded demon violates its existence to a degree that not worth mentioning. It sickens me. I suppose the Sanin has a death wish, and far be it from me not to oblige him.
私はもう一度
My
城
current
の
objective
様子
is
を
to
探ってき
closely
ます
inspect the castle once more.
望みは薄い
Although
か
it
も
may
し
be
れません
highly unlikely, there is a chance I may be able to locate some sort of
失
hidden
路などを
entrance,
見つけられるかも
perhaps
し
a
れ
way
ま
to
せん
sneak
から
in.
まとまって動くと
Good point.
また
If we all move in together, we'd blow our cover.
どうする
What do you want to do, Kanai?
仙台は羅刹の
Sendai is
町とな
crawling
ってい
with
ます
bloodthirsty furies. My
もし
only
向かう
advice
つもりでしたら
is, if you choose to head
くれぐれも
for
ご注
there,
意を
that you exercise utmost caution.
ああ
No kidding. If I know Sanin, he'd probably got like 2 or 3 traps hidden around every corner.
何かわかりましたら
Indeed.
すぐにお知らせい
Should
たし
anything
ます
catch my attention, I will be sure to notify you at once. Till then, farewell. Kimigiku nodded sternly, her voice bellowing with confidence. Then she leapt from the ground into a tree. She vanished into the brush, lost in the sea of branches and foliage covering the landscape. Kazuma shrugged his shoulders, walking on the verge of leaving with an air of pretension. Where are you off to, Kazuma? If you're going to scope out an alternate entrance to Sendai Castle, shouldn't we wait for Kimigiku to return before going ahead? Kazuma was expressionless, reacting as though a fly buzzed annoyingly around his ear rather than to be a question I'd posed directly to him. He muttered coolly under his breath. Allow me to share some wisdom with you. If killing Sonnen is truly your aim, then I would advise waiting until 2 days from now. Why do you say that? In 2 days' time, the moon will reach its zenith point in the sky. Amagiri, as luck would have it, is staging a widespread panic within Sendai the city. It would be fortuitous for you to take advantage of this distraction, which should making sneaking into the castle simple, even for the likes of you. I was astonished. Kazuma, of all people, was standing in front of us with advice, speaking not only directly, but in confidence with regards to Amagiri's plans. Well, why are you telling us and not Kimigiku? Her loss. She exited the conversation so hastily, I barely had time to mention the subject. Our demon lineage is happenstance, and by no means do I tend to collude with every demon I meet. Heed my advice or don't. The choice is yours. Whatever I have to give, I give. He's okay in this one. He's not as creepy. Still doesn't mean I have to like him. After delivering his cryptic message, Kazuma wore a smug expression and melted like a wisp of smoke into the darkness. I don't think I'll ever figure out whatever the hell goes on in that head of his. Well, for now, there is no reason for us to doubt Kazuma. Something tells me that he'd help us out if given the opportunity. But I don't think you should trust people so much. I mean, hello? Have you forgotten all the crap he'd put us through? Yes, Hesuke, yes. Of course I haven't, but... Either way, let's head closer to that nearby town by Sendai. Once the sun's out, it'll be hard for me to get around much. Right. We nodded at each another before running off into the direction in which Kazuma had just disappeared. Man. We sprinted underneath flickers of moonlight. Soon the glow of dawn broke from the east. Geez, what a workout. Maybe we should stop to rest soon. Huh? Really? I still have a lot of energy in me. Don't push yourself. I'm a fury, so I could run all day. We don't have a lot of stamina. Hey, it's not like that. Amagiri's expected to stage a riot or something in 2 days, right? I don't think resting is such a bad idea. We've got time. At least I think so. Well, in that case, then sure, I can rest for a bit. Don't be shy if you're feeling sleepy at all. Then go ahead and get some shut-eye. I'll keep watch. I'm fine. I'm not tired at all. Thank you, Hesuke. I sat beneath the trunk of a large tree, nestling to a spot beside its root against which I leaned my back. To be honest, my calves and knees were throbbing. In hindsight, it was relatively short-sighted. For whatever reason, we'd taken off, throwing one leg after the other at a frantic pace along the rugged, hilly terrain. Hey, Hesuke. What is it? Do you, feel confident right now? Confident enough to defeat Sonin? Hesuke's expression froze. Ever since our last encounter with Sonin, Hesuke had assumed a newfound resolve, but tackling fear head-on was a continuous battle. Hesuke sighed and forced a smile, lamenting at a truth he was likely fighting so hard to suppress. Doesn't take much for you to see right through my facade, doesn't it? He squinted timidly and shut his eyes. The cool morning breeze hummed softly in our ears. Hesuke took a deep breath, exhaling calmly. If you were to ask me right now if I were ready to kill Sanin, then, well, honestly, I wouldn't have anything to tell you. I mean, gee, I still remember meeting him when I first joined the Shinsengumi back when he used to be a colonel. Go by colonel. I've been turning it over in my head, though. My mind, though. I've got no idea if there's any truth in the words like fate or destiny, or if it's all crap, but for some reason I really do think that I have to be the one to stop him. It's gotta be me. What do you mean? Well, if I never invited Ito to join the Shinsengumi, maybe Sanin would have never gone through all the trouble making himself into a fury. Hesuke, that... I'd wanted to insist and tell him that those events weren't connected, that it wasn't his fault, but... He hushed me with a smile, communicating to me in a nonverbal way that I need to relax. It's fine. I get it, I know. It's not really my fault. But that doesn't mean that it didn't play some part of all of this. But it really makes you think, you know, about what really compels someone to go down a path towards good or path towards evil. To answer you, no, I'm not very confident, but I'm going to think long and hard about it, so that by the time I see him next, whatever's coming, will be straight from the heart. If all I have to go by is someone else's advice, then I'm doomed as hell anyways. Hesuke showed a surprising amount of patience and maturity in his answer, giving me the impression that this question had occurred to him already. What I had come to respect, however, was that he was choosing to acknowledge his weaknesses, resolving to search within himself for a deeper answer. As his friend, I considered the best way to respond to what he was saying. Oh man. Why do you do this to me? Why do you give me choices? As his friend, I considered the best way to respond was to say, offering an assuring sentiment was how I usually helped Hesuke in his times of need, but this time, doing so felt like an easy way out, and instead, I wanted to show him how I'd felt. Without another word, I stood up from my little nook beside the tree trunk and walked to Hesuke. What's the matter? I looked him in the eye and took a seat beside him. He stared at me quietly, and I tenderly held his hand. Hesuke's mouth was agape in confusion. I didn't mean to spring this on you. I wanted to let you know I'm here, but I had a difficult time thinking of the best way to say it. So you... Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Does this upset you? Grabbing his hand all of a sudden may have been an unwanted intrusion. I became hot with embarrassment, hastily trying to slip my fingers from his hand when... No, I don't mind at all. I was just surprised is all. Oh. These guys are so awkward and so cute. Hesuke promptly reached back for the hand that I so eagerly pulled away. I can't. Thanks, Kanai. How funny to think that hands, callous from years of arduous training, could be so gentle to the touch. After resting momentarily, Heske and I regathered ourselves and embarked up the trail to be evaluated. Of an the trail of an elevated, scenic cliff from which all of Sendai could be seen. Sunlight sparkled amidst a cluster of clouds. How's your body feeling, Heske?
これくらいなら
Oh,
平気
this
だ
is
よ
nothing. Thanks for
心
checking
配して
in,
くれ
though.
てありがとな
I see. Part of me suspected that Heske was only telling me so in hopes that I wouldn't press him more. However, Heske's genuinely seemed to be in positive spirits. His complexion was healthy. He directed his gaze towards the city, which had been eerily quiet from our vantage point.
あれが
So that's
仙台
Sunday,
の街だろ
right? Man, is it me or does it sound like a ghost town down there?
随分
It's practically
失礼してる
noon. Talk about a late start.
As Heske noted, it was troubling to focus on how silent it felt from the city's outskirts, especially in the middle of broad daylight. Not a peep escaped from the city, and through squinted eyes, I couldn't make out a single person walking anywhere near the city's interwoven streets. I wonder if people have locked themselves up in their houses to hide from the Furies. Or if... No, do you think all the people down there might have become...
お前はもう
A
少し
rather
算
elementary
術を
grasp
学
of
んだ方がいいかも
arithmetic you've got there.
いくらなんでも
Contrary to your
この短い
ill-formed
期間に
assumption,
町の
there's
人間
no
を
possible
全
way
てを
that
羅
every
刹
single
に変えること
townsperson in
など
Sunday
でき
could
ない
have been turned so quickly.
Kazuma!
随分と
I
のんき
sincerely
な
hope you enjoyed your leisurely stroll.
てっきりおじ
Here I
けづい
was
て
beginning
逃
to
げ出
think
し
you
たの
ran
に
off with your tails tucked underneath your asses. Oh, thanks, Kazuma. God, I think you got ruder. Or maybe more bluntly rude. Just not aggressive rude, just bluntly rude.
ここまで来て
Hey,
逃
we've
げる
come
わけ
this
ねえだろ
far. We aren't going anywhere. Besides, where have you been, huh?
いつもあれだ
You're
け
the one
でかい
with
口
the
叩い
big
てるから
mouth. Surprised you haven't gotten rid of all
全滅
those
させち
furies
まった
yet.
んだと思ったのに
天霧に
Haven't I
命
told
じて
you?
騒動
I
を
heard
起こさ
Amagi
せ
staged a riot,
城
giving
に
me
侵
ample
入
time
す
to
る
infiltrate the castle. I know he's always been an ass. He's just more of a blunt one than an aggressive one.
もしやと思
Or
う
don't tell me
貴様の後
that you are so
昨日
moronic
した
that
話
you've
すら
already
覚えて
forgotten
おられぬ
what
ほ
I've
ど
informed
出来
you
が
of
悪い
yesterday.
なんだと
You
てめえ
bastard! What the hell did you just say?
Heske, calm down! You too, Kazuma! Please, everyone, calm your tempers. This is no time for us to be bickering. All of us are here for the same reasons right now. At this point, we're practically allies.
仲間だ
Allies, don't flatter yourselves.
貴
How
様らごと
delusional
き
to
が戦
think
力にな
me
る
as
と思う
meek as you and require help.
特にそちら
Especially
の
you,
子
little
犬
puppy.
以前江戸
Need
で
I remind you of that
辻斬りを
time in
働く
Edo?
まがい者
Your
どもを
limb's sword was
罪
no
を
better
た
at
め
killing those murderous fakes than it was collecting dust in that scabbard.
そんな甘い
Would
考
it
えの
do
持ち
me
主
any good to place my faith in you to face your former ally when the time comes? Well,
Kazuma's comment was aimed at Heske where it hurt, rendering him silent for a moment.
確かに
you're
あの
right.
時は
Back
彼
then,
女
I
と
didn't stand a
決まってなかった
chance.
それでも
Even
サ
so,
ザンさん
Sonnen
は
was the
新選
colonel of the
組総長
Shinsengumi and the head of the
自治
Fury
体を
Corps.
まとめてた人だからその始末をつけ
He's no slouch. If anyone's gotta stop him, it's gotta be
俺
us.
たちじゃなきゃいけねえんだ
Kazuma stared intently at Heske for a brief moment, inspecting him with a look of scrutiny. Soon, his expression relaxed.
相変わらず
Same as ever, aren't you, boy? This is no
気合だけで
training
勝負で
exercise.
きる
Your
相
will
手
isn't
では
as sharp as your sword.
それは俺
Well,
だ
tell me something I don't know. Jeez.
まあ貴
I
様が
suppose
持
it's
ち
to
合
be
わせている
expected,
のは
though, isn't
気合
it?
以外に
What else do
ない
you have going for you? Wow, Kazuma, that's rude. Jeez.
なんだと
The hell did you say? How about looking in a mirror, pal? All you've got is a big, sharp sword.
Heske, stop being so sensitive.
ああそうだな
God, you're right.
こんな人望
No
な
need
さ
for me
そう
to
な
get so
奴が
worked up all the
本当
time,
に
especially when
必
this
要な
jerk's
人
just
どうもねえもん
spouting
な
off this nonsense from his ivory tower, right?
なん
How dare you, insolent.
貴様
Keeping them from arguing petulant, petulantly was becoming a draining task, but
本当のことじゃねえ
But it's true,
お前
goddammit.
みてえに
You're
そんな
raw and
太
straight
った
to the
やつ
bone.
最初
Everyone
にそんな
knows
言われる
you
わけねえだろ
knows you is just afraid of you. They don't respect you. Oh, oh my god, Hesuke.
ざれ言
Shut
は
your
大
mouth,
変
you
にして
little rat, or I'll snap it shut for you.
この
Command the
俺を
highest
敬
level
わ
of
ぬ
respect
者
from
など
each and every
一人
single
とて
member of
お
my
らず
clan.
本当か
Oh yeah? You sure about that, tough guy? Sounds to me like you make Amagiri do all the dirty work while you stand off to the side and watch the show. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, Hesuke, what are you doing? They have to break up the tension with something.
their banter was immature at best. They traded verbal blows with the wit and candor of children. All I could do was watch, imagining the most fitting word to describe their irritating relationship. Was the word frenemy? It sounded so absurd as it came to mind, and yet it was so perfect. So perfect, my voice squeaked with laughter.
おい
Hey, Kunai, just what the hell is so funny?
Sorry, I really didn't mean to laugh. Both of you were becoming so frustrated, trading insults back and forth, that it looked so funny.
あってなど
No, it wasn't. Oh my god, this is the best.
Hell is off my knee.
I can't with this. Oh my god. Excuse me. Oh my god, look at those cute laughs. Oh my god, look at how cute that is. I'm not gonna lie, it's so adorable.
All of it was so hilarious to me. I could no longer hold it in, and suddenly I burst into hearty laughter.
おい
Hey, what's so
何笑ってんだ
funny?
よ
Jeez.
Hesuke irked a smile, forcing himself not to laugh.
なぜ貴様
All
まで
this
一緒に
puzzles
笑
me.
って
Why are
い
you
る
beginning to laugh as well? I love Cosmo's face, yes. Cosmo's face is great. I love it. Fantastic. Oh, this puzzles me. Why are you beginning to laugh as well?
いや
I don't know either.
わかんね
Oh,
え
it's so
ただなんつうかくそ
damn it. I can't hold it in any longer.
おのおの
This conversation is over. I've lost the desire. By all means, choke on your laughter and die.
For so long, Kazuma was our most hated adversary. As a leader of a demon clan, he'd opposed the Shinsengumi on numerous occasions, even going so far as to slaughter some of our closest allies. Yet here we were, exchanging jokes at one another's expense. Kazuma, who normally created obstacles for us at every conceivable turn, was now aiding us in our quest to defeat Sanin. Such a peculiar and unexpected position to be in.
Love that. Well, now that we made it to Sunday, guess we should make our way for the castle.
貴様のことな
Dispose
ど
of your
どうでも
life
い
as
い
you
が
wish,
その
but you'd
娘を
better
死
see
なせ
to it that no harm comes to
貴重
her.
な女を
And you not remind you how valuable she is to me. They are so cute! They are!
うるせえ
Give it a
よ
rest, will you? There's no
幸せなわ
chance
け
in
ねえ
hell I let anything happen to her.
ほら行くぞ
Alright, let's go,
こんな
Kanai.
やつに構うのは
This
時間
guy's
が
just
もったいね
wasting
え
our time.
Oh, okay. I skipped after Hesuke, and I couldn't help my lips from curling into a tight smile. At last, we had reached our destination, and it was time for us to confront Sanin once and for all. Despite my better instincts, I had hoped that we could somehow reach a non-violent resolution. A naive, but my one wish, nonetheless. If there were no other options, if it truly came down to a battle of life and death, then battle we must. I embrace this hopeful sentiment, keeping my head pointed straight ahead as we descended down the mountain path.
Chapter 4, where we're going to stop now. Because I actually am starting to get tired now. As much as I want to continue and try to finish, I don't think we're going to finish anytime soon. Time to save. Yeah, that music doesn't make me feel better. Nope. I really do want to finish that, but probably go to bed. Thank you all so much for coming. See you on Tuesday. Bye-bye.